the ultimate, complete, with all of the secrets, with everything, the ultimate PS Vita showcase. Today I'll go over everything a modded PS Vita can do after 10 years of research, just like we did with the legendary Ultimate Nintendo 3DS showcase. But in this case, as you can see, it will look much better because thanks to the talented community, the talented modding community of the PS Vita, I can capture the footage directly from the device's screen. So, as you know, people, as I always say, my analyses are unscripted. I review games on a metaphysical level here on the channel, but today I also do special showcases like this one. So, in case you want to check out my metaphysical analysis of video games, we do them every week on Tuesdays and Thursdays here on Twitch. We explore a lot of interesting things like the influence of the economic system on the gameplay mechanics, the influence of the level design on the gameplay mechanics, a lot of crazy stuff that I go over if you watch any of my incredible game reviews. Right, but today is the day of a special showcase. I generally do this once a year about the ultimate integral history of PC game genres. For example, we did last year, and the previous year we did the ultimate modded Nintendo 3DS showcase. But today, on this year, 2024, it's the turn of the PS Vita. So, people, what are we going to do? Just so we have the general layout, it will take us a lot of time because we have a lot of ground to cover. And pretty much, let me begin with the intro, straight up. What we are going to do. First, I will go over a pretty brief intro regarding all of the details of what we are going to explore of my system. It's a massive system, as you will see. It's not your usual PS Vita, so don't expect this to be a quick review. Don't expect this to be one of those brain-dead 5-minute YouTube reviews that you might stumble upon every day. This will take time. It will take me 3 to 4 hours, more or less. So bear with me, because if you're interested in the topic, you'll be fascinated by all of the details. But if you're not, and you are just discovering PS Vita modding, you might be a bit overwhelmed by the high degree of details and precision that we are going to achieve today, because, as I've said, I'm doing this analysis, this showcase, this special showcase, only after 10 years of analysis. Only after 10 years of researching about the PS Vita and every single ramification of its capabilities that you could possibly think of. So we have a lot of ground to cover, and we'll begin, so have patience, and we'll begin with a very, very small intro about, I'll try to do it as brief as I can, in which I will go over, the details of what then I'm going to showcase to you. Something very, very quick, briefly here, so you can see it. Well, there you have a small preview of what you'll stumble upon, but that's not all. That's only a portion of it. But as you can see here, this is pretty much my main hub for my PS Vita. And besides having Adrenaline, which is the main PSP emulator, we'll come back to in a moment once we get to the PSP version, to the PSP portion of the VOD. In case you're watching this as a YouTube VOD of the showcase. But I wanted to begin with pretty much some small programs that I highly recommend to you as a brief intro. Then I'll get into the wallpapers and how to get to all of that. First of all, people, all of these that you see here, they are all important pieces of software that I highly recommend you look into. Not all of them are homebrews. For example, that media importer that you see there, or the welcome park, they are official PS Vita programs that you get out of the box. But I highly recommend you get the custom themes manager, the Vita homebrew browser. Shark Food is needed for PS mobile games, for example. More on that in a second once we get to them. Of course, and the rest, auto-plugin 2, remember to update it. I had auto-plugin 1, remember to update it to auto-plugin 2. I mean, you cannot update it, it's a totally different app, so make sure to swap it in case you already are into modding PS Vita systems. Make sure you get the second one. Why? Because it has more and better programs. Of course, and then the one I wanted to stop and talk about for a second, it's this one. It's called the Vita Grafix Configurator. This is paramount. I learned about this little program some time ago, and it is absolutely required. It is absolutely required because it will be the one program responsible. Give me a second, because otherwise you won't see it. There you'll see it. Is the one program responsible, as you will see, for, as you can see where it says frame buffer, it is the one program responsible for making PS Vita games look so good thanks to that frame buffer setting there. Make sure you turn it to the maximum. You install this program and you turn it to the maximum. In order to install all of these programs, you need to know how to handle plugins of your PS Vita and that they don't conflict with each other. Generally, they don't conflict with each other, so don't worry about it. Install them and test it. Always a pretty important suggestion. If for some reason your plugins are not compatible and your PS Vita doesn't work because the order in which you install them or whatever, turn it on while pressing the L button, and that will load the system without the plugins. So, and then you can reconfigure the order. I'm not here to do any tutorial or give you any links or anything. If you're watching this as a YouTube build, this is only a showcase to show you 10 years of research and what a PS Vita system can achieve. I'm not here to give you tutorials or anything like that. It's just a showcase. That frame buffer, though, will be the one thing responsible for enhancing all of the games that you see up there. They are not all of my games, because most modern games, don't need that. But some initial PS Vita games, like God of War Collection, like Need for Speed Most Wanted, like Uncharted Golden Abyss, some of those games, since they were released in the early phases of the development cycle of the PS Vita, they don't run natively at the 960 by 544 resolution that you see there, and that's why they look blurry, in case you have been wondering. All of the games that are listed in Vita Graphics are pretty much are the ones, they are all games that were released early in the development cycle of the PS Vita, and as a direct consequence of that, the developers couldn't achieve that the native resolution of the screen, which is the one that you saw, 960 by 544. The other one that I'm going to recommend only if you want to play the port of Borderlands 2 is that one down there, the last one, called Thread Optimizer. In case you don't know, a bit of a detail, we'll also explore the technical capabilities. The PS Vita, generally, it has 4 cores, 4 CPU cores, but generally the 4th core is only reserved for system management. It's not used for optimizing the gaming experience of the user. When you open a game, basically that core is shut down. Well, it's not shut down. It is reserved to continue handling the system, precisely, to continue handling system operations, and it doesn't contribute to the performance of the game. I only recommend you install that if you want to play the port of Borderlands 2, which only works through a combination of overclocking and unlocking the fourth CPU core at a decent frame rate. By decent frame rate, I mean 30 FPS with some dips, but this is something that people usually don't say about the case of Borderlands 2, about the console version of the 7th generation, which is that all of the console versions of Borderlands 2 were terrible, not only the PS Vita port. People usually fall for this trap, which is to say that the PS Vita version is the terrible port. No, the PS3 and the Xbox 360 ports are as bad as this one, because they are the same port, pretty much. So yes, it's not a matter of just the PS Vita. Borderlands 2 always ran terrible in any console. I don't know about the Nintendo Switch, but we cannot compare. The screen of the PS Vita is much smaller than a Nintendo Switch or the Steam Deck. When people make those comparisons, this console fits. I think I can show you today. There we go. This console fits in your pocket. So pretty much there's no contest there. Comparing the Nintendo Switch or the Steam Deck to a PS Vita, the form factor is totally different. Or the Odin 2 Pro or whatever, the GPD Win 4, for example, they are much more powerful, but you'll see that there are some things that the PS Vita can do that not even modern all-powerful handhelds can do, as we'll get to in a minute. There's one last program that you see down there. It's invisible to the naked eye, as you can see. If I tap out there, it's invisible inside of the bubble. Inside of the bubble. But there's the registry editor. Eraser, why would you have a registry editor? Well, because there's one last bit of information, which is the very reason you have been looking at my PS Vita and saying, oh, it's so beautiful, it has such vibrant colors. Yes, people, that registry editor program allows the user to increase the saturation of the PS Vita's screen, and I highly recommend you use it, especially if you are using the PS Vita 2000 model, which is the one I will recommend to you, because a lot of people will tell you that precisely the PS Vita had two models, the original 1000 and 2000, and then the 2000 model, which is this one. The 2000 model uses an LCD screen. It has a bit better battery life, and pretty much it has better Wi-Fi, I think, or something like that, and 1 GB of internal storage. So pretty much of a memory storage. So pretty much I will and I think also the sound is better when not using headsets, when not using headphones as well. I recommend you get the registry editor that I showcased, because it allows you to saturate the colors of the PS Vita screen, which will make it look extremely vibrant, as you see here. Granted, my monitor is also saturated, so that's why you'll see that it looks even better than what you might see on a normal PS Vita screen. But the default stock colors, both for the PS Vita 1000 and the 2000 models, they are extremely washed out. Why? Because for some reason, when they launched the console, they didn't add a setting to allow the user to saturate the colors, to increase the contrast. Here, through a simple modification and a plugin, you'll see that the colors are much more vibrant, even if it's the 2000 model. And the fact that my monitor is also saturated will make it look even better, but trust me, it also will look similar to this on the real screen, much better than the washed out default colors that you get out of the box. There's another thing, which is another plugin I will recommend to you, which is the one that prevents the screen from dimming, because that's basically, you don't see the 3DS doing that, you don't see modern. I don't know if the Switch does it. But I don't see the 3DS doing that. I didn't see the DS doing that. Basically, screen dimming after a period of inactivity is something that was inherited from cell phones, which this isn't. It's not a cell phone, so there's a plugin that allows you to disable screen dimming. That's why you will see that, for example, my screen won't dim even if I'm not touching it at all for extended periods of time. So, on top of that, I will recommend you to get PSVShell Plus to have overclocking. For those of you who don't know, this is another technical feature. The PS Vita is underclocked, severely underclocked by default to increase battery life, which is not needed because the PS Vita already has an amazing battery life, especially the 2000 model. That's why I'm recommending it. It's also a bit more ergonomic. And it's immune to screen burnout from the OLED model because it was a primitive OLED technology for the screen, which will have burning spots and those things. So I highly recommend the 2000 model. An LCD screen. This is an IPS LCD screen, the one of the 2000 model. I highly recommend it. LCD screens are durable. They will last for a long time. You won't have to worry about burnings from a primitive OLED technology. So I highly recommend you the 2000 model if you can find it. I also have some pretty cool. I forgot to show you this. Some pretty cool custom-made thumbsticks on top of them. Pretty good. To improve the grip. I also recommend you get them mini thumbsticks and put them, because otherwise the plastic might after extended periods of gameplay might tear. It might tear and it ends up you end up losing a portion of the plastic. It didn't happen to me because I installed them immediately. I highly recommend you do that. You can also use screen protectors. I don't use them because I think they distort touch controls or any hand grips. I need a hand grip. But well, as you can see there, in terms of the system control, you can overclock the system pretty much like that according to the game. Then you disable it once you are done playing with the game. Pretty much you can control it at your leisure, and you can activate, of course, as you can see there, thanks to this. This is the PSVShell Plus plugin. It has nothing to do with the Vita graphics that I showed previously, because I say this because a lot of people confuse them. Like this, as you can see, you can change the position, everything, and it helps you to keep track. It helps you keep track of those pesky games that don't run properly, like Borderlands and etc. on the PS Vita. So, as I think I already gave you all of the secrets of having a perfect Vita experience. It takes a lot of time to learn about the plugins and to install them on your system, but I highly recommend you get all of them because they will create the ultimate PS Vita experience for you. Guys, and people generally don't talk about all of them together like this in a pretty brief and concise manner. So the combination of Vita graphics will enhance the resolution for those early PS Vita games, like God of War Collection that I'm going to show in a moment, and also thanks to the overclocking, it will help fix Borderlands 2, which is pretty much the worst case you could possibly stumble upon. In the case of Borderlands 2, I also had to some, as I said, the thread optimizer, but in the case of the rest of the games, only the plugin, the overclocking plugin is more than enough. This is another thing that I wanted to say, because I was also scared of this. Most people are scared, perhaps, to overclock a console or whatever that they don't know. In this case, it's a very specific case. It's absolutely safe. The speeds that are included there, both for the CPU and the GPU, they are safe. They won't tear down. They won't wear down your console. They won't degrade the quality of the components at all, or anything like that. The only thing that they will change is that the battery may drain faster, which will make you charge the battery a bit more frequently, but it's only when playing Borderlands 2 or very specific cases like, I don't know, Sword Art Online, Halo Realization. They are very, very specific cases, so that's why I generally don't, I have an overclock. It's the only console that I have applied an overclocking plugin to. It's the only one. Why? Because it is pretty much the only case in which the console is severely underclocked by default. This is not the case with the 3DS, it's not the case with the PS3, with the Xbox 360, with the PS4, with the Nintendo Switch. It's not needed for those consoles, but this one was severely underclocked. So don't not be afraid to do so, because PSVShell Plus, it's a tested plugin which only includes specifically tested speeds. That it's not that they go from the normal speed to the maximum or something crazy like that. They go from underclocked to normal speeds, right? For normal speeds that were originally designed for the system, right? The only thing is that they will reduce a bit the battery life, and when playing those specific games, you'll have to charge the system more frequently in that sense. But it's only one case. In the case of Borderlands with the thread optimizer, that's way too complex. The thread optimizer, unlocking the 4th core, it's a long tutorial, so it's a very specific case. It's the worst case ever, but it's the only way to fix it. Alright, people. With all of that, let's get into the themes, and I will showcase to you the whole system for the first time. So, as you can see, the PS Vita has a limit. It has a limit of having 10 home screens. The home screen is this. In the case of this one, this, and this. Now, you must be, if you are beginning to mod your PS Vita, you realize that there's a problem with what I'm showcasing to you, that you'll see in a moment. As you can see here, I pick my theme. This is a custom theme custom made by me, because it's a combination of very different images from very different themes. Some of them official, for example, that Uncharted one that you see there, it's official, and the other ones are custom made images, sometimes manually edited by me. For example, the one down there, it's an image, they are all images from PS Vita Wallpapers online, that I had to manually edit. I had to manually edit in a lot of cases, because as you will see, most people, what do they do with their consoles? They choose backgrounds. In which they create different patterns with the games, without making use of the full 10 spots that you see here. And you can see that they create different patterns. Why do they do that? Because it's extremely difficult to find images in which the face of the protagonist, of the center of the image, of the epicenter of the image of the wallpaper, it's between two bubbles. It's extremely difficult. It is extremely difficult because you need to measure the exact resolution of the PS Vita's screen, and even so, the bubbles move. So what most people opt to do is to have one or two wallpapers and create the bubbles that you saw here, which are like folders. Or what they do is create a pattern. This is a pattern that you can see there. There you can see that there are three of them, 3 folders, and 3 bubbles, and 2 of these. And other people, what they do is use PS Vita bubbles for the PSP games. I think it looks terrible. So they have pretty much PS Vita bubbles that are PSP games. I think it looks terrible because it mixes the systems. You are including PSP elements in a PS Vita user interface. So for the best user interface, as you can see there, this one is the worst one because I had to flip it. I had to combine them. This one, it's the worst one, the last one that I did. But as you can see, this is the limit. In case you were wondering, I can show you there that if you count, please try to count the dots there on the left corner of the screen, and you'll see that there are 10. 10 is the limit. The PS Vita can't go over 10 of those. By the way, that user interface that you see, the scrolling bar, pretty much, well, it's not a bar, the scrolling dots that you see there, I had to also manually modify it because PS Vita systems don't have this. I had to manually insert and calculate that scrolling bar right there, which was the most difficult out of everything. That's why you'll see that there might be a variation. That's because PS Vita themes come in 2 resolutions. For example, there you can see that it's exact, and in the other ones, generally, this is the most common resolution. As you can see, it has a bit more of a space. But if I hadn't highlighted this to you right now, you probably would have never guessed it. It fits naturally, and it adds that missing user interface element to the PS Vita screen that I think Sony should have included. For example, I wanted to do this test for you so you can see the difference. Pay attention to what was this one? It was the Killzone one. All right, so I can remember to once we go back. This is the default PS Vita screen. See how it's missing the UI on the left corner. See how it's missing. Also the logo of the PS Vita up here, I believe. Yeah, up here, as you can see. That PlayStation logo, also you won't find it. The percentage, you won't find it if you don't mod your system. But there you can see that it's missing the UI there. So I think I always thought that looked terrible. It feels like an incomplete UI. I should add to this that I develop front-end user interfaces for websites. So pretty much, I bet you can see why. And I added that why I could achieve this extreme degree of precision, of visual aesthetics precision. I also added that blue tone that you see there, that I am obstructing a bit, but you could see it previously. That blue tone there, that accentuates the PlayStation brand that we have always seen and loved. So as you can see, I think I didn't show them all to you. Here you go. This is a quick, brief summary of what we'll stumble upon, and then we'll get into for example, that aura around the adrenaline menu. I also had to manually place it. So in terms of aesthetics, there's not much else I can show to you. In order to achieve that, yeah, the last secret. As I showed ya, let's get to the last wallpaper, to the theme. Thanks to the theme editor that I showed to you previously, this is pretty much my custom theme. It also has a custom soundtrack with the legendary Killzone March, which was composed by the Skywalker Philharmonic Orchestra. I don't know if you know it, from Killzone 2, the main theme of Killzone 2. I cannot show it to you. I cannot play it right now, but pretty much the system also has a custom soundtrack implemented to it. Right, so you can see there that we have 8 wallpapers. Now you must be wondering, Eraser, this is a terrible design choice by Sony. That a theme, any theme that you design, can only have a maximum of 8. Only 8 wallpapers. This is a terrible design, as you can see. So it can only have a maximum of those. So how on earth, where does this come from? If the selected theme only has 8 and I needed 10, I needed 2 more, where does this beautiful Helldivers wallpaper come from? And where does this one is included, this one. Where does this beautiful Little Big Planet wallpaper come from? They both come from the only way to achieve this, which is to go through a hybrid method in which you need to use a program, a PC program that sadly is not used anymore for the PS Vita, as it was originally used when you used to mod PS Vitas, which was it's a program called QCMA. Now, the program is very, very hit or miss. It's very hit or miss. And by that I mean that most people don't even want to get into to use that program, because sometimes it worked for people, sometimes it didn't work. For me, it worked right out of the box. Back when I modded my PS Vita originally, so it does work for me. QCMA does work for me. Most people won't recommend it to you, but it's pretty much the only way in which you can do this. As you can see, there's that tick. That tick is my gallery, my photos gallery, and there's where my wallpapers are. Now, in order to inject a photo to the PS Vita, you need QCMA. It's the only way to do it and break through the 8 wallpapers limit of the system. It's the only way to do it. The only way to do it. The only way you can get to break through the limit of having 10 wallpapers. A terrible default design choice by Sony, because if your system is able to create 10 home screens and your limit is 8 wallpapers, it's to have 8 wallpapers, there's a terrible planning by them, because as I showed ya, the maximum amount of wallpapers possible, it's 8. It's only 8 wallpapers. So that's the only way QCMA plays a big role, an unexpected role, because it's not made for this originally. Originally, QCMA it's used to transfer photos from the PS Vita to the PC, or to, and it's also a required. It's required if you want to mod the system using a PC, as far as I know. So that's when I did it back in the day. So pretty much, if you are wondering how is it possible that I have 8 wallpapers, 10 wallpapers instead of 8, it's because of that. Because QCMA has a second hidden capability that no one talks about, which is that it's the only way to exceed the maximum amount of wallpapers for a theme. As I've said, all of the themes are custom, not the images. The images are stock game images from the internet that I had to manually edit and create for the system. The same goes for this one. This one is the most difficult out of all of them that I had to do, because I had to flip the image. And there's the reason. I wanted to once again highlight the reason before we begin with the games themselves, that why most people go for a pattern solution. Most people go for a pattern solution for their PS Vita systems, like doing this, like not having the full 10 icons set, because it is extremely difficult to precisely position the image according to the PS Vita's original resolution, so you don't have the main feature of the wallpaper obstructed by the icons, because as you can see, they move. That's the detail. In most user interfaces, they don't move. But as you can see, I had to manually go one by one, and as you can see, for example, the central face of the soldier, it's right in the center between them. The main idea, the main psychologically aesthetic image, portion of the image, of the wallpaper, is exposed. For example, this one was, here you can see it clearly. Here you can see clearly, it was extremely difficult to place Ratchet's face right in the middle. And you can see that even with a lot of precision, with a lot of tries, it is still somehow obstructed. But it's extremely good. It's extremely good because it's pretty much the only Ratchet & Clank image I could find with the correct proportions that correctly fits. It's a unique image, I would say. It's a unique image. Trust me, I know this sounds crazy, but it is like that. Because it's extremely difficult to place that face there. For example, in the kill zone, for example, see this one, this kill zone wallpaper. There you can see that the soldier's image, that the soldier's face, it's partially covered. It's partially covered. Well, if you think that is bad, then you have no idea what most PS Vita wallpapers will look like. Most of them will be completely obstructed. The main idea of the image, the main psychological idea of the image, which is usually the eyes of the person being displayed. For example, there you can see Sardinian Fortesque. It's not a coincidence that they are all right in the center. I had to manually place them there. That's why you'll see, for example, Kratos' face there, that this was extremely well done. This one is, I think, the best one that I did. There you can see that it's always between the bubbles, between the icons. Or, for example, Nathan Drake here at the beginning. The main idea of the image to be between the bubbles is quite difficult to achieve. Damn near impossible. You have to edit them one by one, etc. And as I've said, the most difficult portion of the user interface, last but not least, it's what I said. The scrolling there. As I said, most PS Vita systems don't have that. That is extremely difficult to achieve because it has exact proportions. But I managed to create a custom. The animation of the scroll, it's also custom made. It doesn't get that green. By default, it doesn't get that green light when I change the home screens. So pretty much it is extremely difficult to achieve. Also the PS icon over there, and pretty much I think we have covered all of the aesthetic portion of the system. Good, people. Good. Alright, so with all of that said, let's get into the system itself. The PS Vita was released back in 2012, I believe. It was 2011, pretty much. 2012, I believe it was. And pretty much, as I've said, get the 2000 model. In terms of the sound, the PS Vita has a Wolfson sound chip that is always underestimated, and it shouldn't be, and it definitely shouldn't be, because it's one of the best that was available back in the day, and it still is. That's why you'll notice that the PS Vita sounds incredible, absolutely incredible, and pretty much, it has amazing sound and an amazing image after using Vita graphics. Let's begin with the games, people. Let's begin with the games. One last thing that I will highlight once we get to the PSP portion once again is that the PS Vita, the processor of the PS Vita, the MIPS processor, it has a portion of the MIPS processor of the PSP. That's why PSP emulation of the PS Vita is not emulation, it's actually native, because it has a portion of the hardware built in, just like the 3DS with the Nintendo DS. So it has a portion, of the original PSP processor built in, which in turn it's similar to the PS1 processor. See how interesting it is. So that's why PS1 emulation, while it is not native, it's hybrid. That's why it has a high degree of compatibility, and I highly recommend it as a portable PS1 as well, as we'll get into. We have several libraries. What we're going to explore first. The PS Vita has several libraries. I don't have any other Nintendo consoles or any other emulation in here. Pure PlayStation. PS Vita library, PSP library, PlayStation Portable, PS1 library, PS Mobile library. Pretty much 4 libraries in one. So, let's get to the game, peoples. Let's get to the games once and for all. And we begin with Ninja Gaiden Sigma Plus. Ninja Gaiden Sigma Plus, it's pretty amazing that a game that was released for the original Xbox runs on the PS Vita so good. Why don't I have the sequel? Because the PS Vita does have Ninja Gaiden Sigma Plus 2, because it doesn't run as good as this one. And pretty much I only wanted to kind of like have a recreation of the original game, because it's a more complete package, and pretty much it's just to pay tribute, to pay homage or homage to the original game. Pretty much it runs perfect. The first one, this one, runs perfectly on the PS Vita. It does look amazing, and it's amazing that we are talking about a 6th generation, sorry, 7th generation quality here, because this is a Sigma edition from the PS3. I said that the original was on the original Xbox, the original release of the game back in 2003, but this is the Sigma Plus edition that was released for the PS3. The PS3 was the Sigma edition. This is the Sigma Plus edition. It's pretty much the same. You also have it available on PC, so it's not exclusive. One last thing before we continue, you will see that the games that I'm going to showcase, I applied a two-pronged criteria to them. You'll see that there are other games, there are other multi-platform games that you won't find in my system. Why? Because the priority for me was first that the game is exclusive or difficult to find, or what I call exclusivity due to shitport, as you will see in a moment. We'll get into that concept, into that abstract concept a bit more in depth later once we get to one of them. The game needs to be exclusive, because otherwise, why have it here in a limited space when I can have it on my PC? And second, the replayability. Mainly replayability, and of course the quality of the gameplay. Quality of the gameplay and replayability. You'll see that it's a pretty precise and exact selection that you usually won't see anywhere else. Because pretty much most people don't care about exploring purging the degree of exclusivity of their consoles as I do, and it's absolutely needed. I have a pretty good discussion about the metaphysical concepts behind console exclusivity and relativism that we usually do here on the channel, that I highly recommend to you in case you are interested. But well, exclusives, replayability, and quality of the gameplay, in that order. So if a game is exclusive, it will have priority over other games that might be better because I just play them on PC, and if the PC port is good, no problem about them. There will be one notorious case that you'll see in a moment. Well, then we'll do a showcase of the Vita graphics by the end. And let's get to the second one, the Ratchet & Clank Collection. Pretty much this is a pretty difficult game to get nowadays. And what most people are gonna tell me is that, well, yeah, this is not on PC, but this is on... you can emulate the PS2 on the Steam Deck, for example. That might be the case, but this is the PS3 version, so it has HD textures compared to the PS2 version. And trust me, once you activate Vita graphics, this is one of the prominent cases of Vita graphics. I will showcase this by the end, or we can do it right now. But you'll see that this is the best version of the game. It has HD textures. The best version is the PS3 version, but this is the PS3 version portable. It basically has HD textures. The same goes for God of War collection that we'll see in a moment, and you'll see that it looks much better on the PS Vita screen when compared to the Steam Deck. The same goes for God of War. Most people, what they do is buy a Steam Deck and emulate the PS2 on the Steam Deck. Not to mention that emulation accuracy here is 100% warranted because it's a one-to-one copy of the PS3 version, but also the pixel per density formula, the pixel per inch formula of this is much higher because it's the HD version on a much smaller screen. So the pixel per inch density that the user will see in real life will be much higher. And besides, it has the HD textures. So imagine if there is a difference with the Steam Deck version. The Steam Deck version is the PS2 version with the original PS2 textures without 100% emulation accuracy and with a much bigger screen. So the pixels are bloated and the pixel per inch density is not as high as this version. This version looks so crisp that it feels completely different. Well, not completely different. It feels much more crisp to look at, as you will see. Here, I'll do to you a demonstration. Let's do a demonstration with the original game. You won't have sound because I need to be talking, and otherwise I will need to insert a second 3.5mm jack. You'll see how after Vita, the problem with this version is that by default it is one of those cases that I mentioned of being a much more one of those games from the early phases of development of the PS Vita, and you will see that as a direct consequence of that, you need the textures are muddy if you don't apply Vita graphics. But after applying Vita graphics, after understanding the depth of Vita modding capabilities, you will see here, I'll show you, it's the same, I know it's the other one, there we go. I'll show you the save that I was testing 2 days ago with the new Vita graphics, and the difference is absolutely amazing. Of course, it's still 960 by 554. If you are watching this on your screen as a YouTube VOD, in the future, with a lot of see how crisp it is for a portable console. Imagine, I know that you won't have the original pixel per inch density. You won't have the original pixel per inch density because you are not looking at the actual PS Vita screen. But trust me, it looks as crisp as it gets. As you can see here, it's absolutely amazing. It's absolutely amazing. How crisp it looks. And as you can see, you know where you can notice it? On 2D textures, for example, the sky. It won't look like this without Vita graphics, and as you can see, it's extremely crisp. It looks like the PS3 version, pretty much, because it is the PS3 version, and it has the original resolution. As I said, you are not looking at the original pixel per inch density, because you're watching this as a YouTube VOD, probably in the future, through a big screen that it's bloating the pixels, so you don't have the original pixel per inch density, but still you can see how crisp it looks. Compare the textures with the emulated PS2 version on Steam Deck, and you'll notice that there's a huge difference, for example. So there you had a perfect demonstration. We can do this as well with God of War, and you'll see how incredible the difference is. Sly Cooper Thieves in Time, as for my third game, it's a Sly Cooper Thieves in Time. Pretty much this is a PS3 game as well. So we have 3. Well, Ratchet and Clank, let's consider it originally PS2 game, but it's a PS3 version. 3 PS3 games easily. Sly Cooper Thieves in Time can only be played here or on your PS3. So pretty much I have it on the PS3, but watching this game, kind of like a native PS3 game running on the PS Vita, is absolutely amazing. That this is it pretty much proves that the PS Vita is a portable PS3, not a portable PS2 as most people believe. Gravity Rush, amazing, 100% pure exclusive. No, it was released on the PS4. Well, pretty much I don't have a PS4, so it doesn't have a lot of exclusives, so pretty much DC that are not available on PC, especially after especially after Herman Hulst and Jim Ryan stepped in and began to tore apart, to destroy the legacy of Kaz Hirai, Jack Tretton, and the rest of the amazing Japanese Sony directors and their lineage, their legendary legacy, sorry. Gravity Rush, pretty much a must-play of the system. It's the original system this was released for, and I can assure you that this game was released with the PS Vita in mind. The same goes for Tearaway, that we'll get to in a minute. Just like Tearaway, this has a PS4 version, but it's not the PS4 version isn't the intended original system for the game, so you could say that this is the original perfect version of it, which I highly recommend that you explore, people. I highly recommend that you explore this version, that you get this version, because it was originally released for this system, pretty much, and it runs perfectly and everything. It's a 3D open world action platformer. The same goes... I forgot about the genre. See, I knew I was reading about something. Here I have all of my 3D platformers / 3D action games that are not hack and slash, they are not fighting, they are not RPG. Pretty much the generic platformers. I mean, not generic, the ones that don't have a secondary genre attached to them. I also have 3 2D platformers that you'll see there. And pretty much for my fifth game, also they are only in 3D, huh? They are like Ratchet and Clank. Sly Cooper Thieves in Time is 3D, PS3 game, Ninja Gaiden is in 3D. They don't think that these are 2D games. Gravity Rush the same. It's all 3D open world, so it's absolutely amazing that this runs on the PS Vita. Another exclusive, second exclusive of the complete exclusive of the day. Pretty much the others are only available on the PS3, except for Ninja Gaiden Sigma Plus, but that's a classic. Shinobi-Do 2, 100% exclusive of the PS Vita, is the sequel of the original Shinobi-Do. Don't get the original because it's not that good. Few people know about the developer that I wanted to talk about. There you can see that it's called Acquire. This one was published, as you can see, by Bandai Namco, but it was developed by Acquire. Acquire, it's a classic PSP developer that also developed some games for the PS Vita. This one, for example. And pretty much this is like Tenchu. This is the successor of Tenchu. Few people know about it. It's pretty much stealth ninja gameplay. It's pretty good. This game didn't have good reviews, and it's a crime. If you talk to people who actually play the game, they'll tell you that it's an underrated sleeper of the system. That I will also highly recommend that you get. 100% exclusive. The first one isn't as good. It's a successor of Tenchu. And while I cannot recommend Shinobi-Do 1, get Shinobi-Do 2 because it's like Tenchu with a more evolved formula. Acquire, the developer, it's a talented classic, as I've said, PlayStation portable developer. We'll get into some other games throughout the course of the showcase that you'll see they are all of an extremely high quality because they were all developed by this experienced developer that pretty much only developed games for portable PlayStation systems. Sixth game number 6, Assassin's Creed Chronicles. I will recommend you get this over Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation. Why? Because while this, first of all, this is a 2D Assassin's Creed game, so it's a pretty unique concept, much more difficult to stumble upon nowadays. I loved personally Assassin's Creed 2 Discovery on the Nintendo DS. I think it's an amazing underrated Metroidvania. And this is the natural evolution of Assassin's Creed 2 Discovery. It's not exclusive to the PS Vita, but Assassin's Creed 2 also isn't exclusive. If you really like a 3D gameplay, get Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation, which was an original timed exclusive for the system back in 2012 for 6 months, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was a presentation in which Jack Tretton announced the system alongside the PS4. So back in 2012 or something like that. So pretty much, I will recommend Assassin's Creed Chronicles Trilogy. This is a trilogy. You get 3 games for the price of 1. It's a very difficult version to come by because this is the last version of this game with all of the bugs ironed out. You can also play this on PC and the Steam Deck because it's basically available on PC, but this is the last version of the game that was developed. First, the universal release on PC. I think it wasn't for the Xbox 360 and the PS3. I think it was 8th generation for the PC, Xbox One, and PS4. And then this was one of the last games developed for the PS Vita. Not one of the last. It came late in the development cycle. I think it was 2014, 2015, something like that. And it was only the first game. The original Assassin's Creed. This basically includes Assassin's Creed Chronicles China, India, and Russia. Pretty much the whole Eastern trilogy of 2D Assassin's Creed games. And as you can see, you can tell that this is no, I think first they released the PC version and then the Xbox One, PS4 version, which includes all of them together. You will see that the PC version, they sold them separately. They are not sold as a trilogy, right? So it's not as a trilogy 100%. As you could see there, it uses Unreal Engine. So I will recommend this one over Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation. I'll recommend this one. It's in 2D instead of 3D, but it's absolutely amazing. And as you can see, this tells you that this is the last version. This menu in which you can select the 3 chapters of the trilogy all together indicates that it's the last version that they released, and not the isolated releases of the PC version that you will get on the Steam Deck. And needless to say, the game has an amazing artistic direction, and I love 2D, and it's pretty much unique. You have 3 games in one game. It's over 40 hours of content. Which, as I've said, the Ratchet & Clank collection is Ratchet & Clank 1, 2, and 3 for the PS2. Gravity Rush lasts a lot. But as I said, as you can see, with Ratchet & Clank, with Assassin's Creed Chronicles, you get trilogies that are amazing. I'll also talk a lot about Ubisoft, because you'll see that Ubisoft they had a pretty good mastery. I know this will be ironic, but Ubisoft had a pretty good mastery of Unreal Engine 3 thanks to Gameloft and thanks to all of their mobile departments. So Ubisoft games on the PS Vita generally run amazingly well, incredibly well, contrary to the usual case that we get in modern PC releases. They had mastered Unreal Engine 3 by the time they got into PS Vita development. So generally all Ubisoft games are recommended. Counter Spy, exclusive to the PS3 and the PS Vita, but I will argue that it's better played on the PS Vita, because this game, while the campaign it's pretty short, it has a pretty tiny detail. It's like this is a 2D Metroidvania about the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union, in which it pretty much, if you like, Get Smart, for example, and classic series from the 80s and the 90s about the Cold War. This game is, besides amazing in terms of the gameplay mechanics, it has shooting, and it goes from a 2D perspective to a 3D perspective when shooting. It's pretty amazing. It has a stealth, of course. It's about spies, but the main premise that makes this game amazing is that it has randomized scenarios. It's pretty much a race. You can start a run of this game. This game should be much more popular within the speedrun community and those things, because it is a Metroidvania which has a stealth and shooting, but it has randomized, procedurally generated scenarios, so not a single playthrough will be the same as the previous, will be the same. They will always be different, and there's a component of being a race to stop the nuclear arsenal of the other side. You can play with both of them, and pretty much you have to stop the other faction from launching the nuclear arsenal. Pretty amazing, and arguably it's better played on the PS Vita because it's portable and it has randomized gameplay. So highly recommend it to you. Exclusive to the PS3 and the PS Vita, so you won't find it on the Steam Deck at all, for example, or you won't find it on the Nintendo Switch as well. But for example, one detail I forgot about: Assassin's Creed Chronicles trilogy is not available on the Nintendo Switch, for example, even if it's available on PC. So you can get it on the Steam Deck, but not on the Nintendo Switch. In the case of Counter Spy, PS Vita and PS3. The same goes for Sly Cooper Thieves in Time. See that I'm going for replayability and exclusivity. And polished gameplay, of course. If the gameplay is shit, otherwise it's useless. Tearaway, second case that was ported. This one was also ported to the PS4, but it's still exclusive. It was made by Media Molecule, the original British developers of the legendary Little Big Planet series. Most people forget about Little Big Planet karting on the PS3. It's another exclusive. That is a Mario Kart clone that follows the formula of Mod Nation Racers as well. But that's a story for another day. But basically, that's where Tearaway comes from. 3D platformer. This is not 2D, this is a 3D platformer. Amazing, if you like classic 3D platformers like Spyro the Dragon, Crash Bandicoot, etc. This one will feel quite open world, and I will tell you one thing. Before considering if you have a PS4, be careful with this one, because this is even worse than Gravity Rush. Just like I said that Gravity Rush was better as a PS Vita port than a PS4 port. The original port was the PS Vita. the same goes for this, but it's even worse because this one uses the touch screen of the PS Vita. The PS Vita has a touch screen, and for example, you tap the back of the system and your finger will appear on the screen, and pretty much with that you can control a lot of elements. It has all of the creativity of the Little Big Planet series going on. So there's a lot of interaction that requires a back touchpad and a touch screen like the PS Vita. So arguably this is a much better version, and most people will argue that this is a full exclusive because the PS4 port is completely different. It's not the same case as Gravity Rush. It's even worse. It's a totally different game. The PS4, it's a totally different game. That's why they labeled it Tearaway and Folded. This is the original experience, and this, it's a different game. In the case of Gravity Rush, it's the same game without some mechanics implemented. This is a different game when compared to the PS4 with all of the mechanics once again implemented to it. So you get the full experience. Little Big Planet Vita, talking about Media Molecule, and you must be thinking, Eraser, this game is like Mario Maker. If you don't know, it's the equivalent of Mario Maker. This one was actually created before Mario Maker. It's a 2D platformer with physics applied to it. It's a famous series of the PS3. They should have revived this. The last one on the PS5 has nothing to do with the original concept. It's a 3D platformer. This is a 2D it's a 2D physics puzzle platformer. It's not just puzzle. It can be whatever you want it to be. It's kind of like Mario Maker. You get user-generated levels. And you must be thinking, Eraser, what's the point of getting this game just like Little Big Planet 1, 2, and 3 on the PS3? What's the point of getting this game if it's like Mario Maker? And the main draw of this game is the community level as well. Besides arguably having the best campaign of all Little Big Planet games ever, the Little Big Planet PS Vita, it has the best campaign. It has a Marvel expansion when Sony partnered with Disney to release it. And besides an amazing, one of the best campaigns with I think it was the Negativitron. Besides that, it's a pretty extensive game. And while I will admit that it's an extremely complicated process, just like with reverse engineering the community levels of the original Little Big Planet 1, 2, and 3 on the PS3, which I have done. It takes a lot of research and time. You can also do it for the PS Vita. Not every single community level. You need to find packs of community levels, and you can reverse. You have to inject them. Let me see if I remember how. If I can at least show them to you. You have to reverse engineer the community levels and pretty much inject them. And you need to find the packs, and I'll admit it was probably one of the most difficult works that I had to do in terms of fixing older games that I so much love to do. So I'll recognize that it's extremely difficult to get the full package out of this game, but I'll just show you so you can see that I'm not lying, because this is extremely weird to see. I hope you can appreciate it if you know about PS Vita modding. So yes, this is Little Big Planet PS Vita with the community levels injected into it. So let me show you if I remember. It's been a while since I've done it, but I left them already there, so I can show you. In the case of the PS1 and the PS3, in the PS3 with Little Big Planet 1, 2, and 3, you can choose the levels. In my PS3, I have a selection of reverse engineered Little Big Planet levels. So let me show you first. Here's the story, as you can see, with everything. If I tap on more stories, there you have the Marvel levels there. They are under games, as you can see there. So you have all of that. As you can see, the store is kind of like removed, because this game these games die when the online capabilities of the console die. But as you can see here, first of all, I manually injected Here are some manually injected levels, but it's not only that. Here, if I tap on community, it was downloads, I believe, or not. I believe it was downloads in which you could see all of the yeah, there it is. It takes some time. This is pretty much a reverse engineered save file from one of the most prominent Little Big Planet players that knows much more than me about the game, because he played it right from the start. And as you can see, he knew the I have a reverse engineered save file with the levels there. As you can see, these are all community made levels for you to play. They are endless. As you can see, I have there's the number 423 by handpicked by a much more experienced Little Big Planet player than me. In the case of the PS Vita, because I mostly played the PS3 version of Little Big Planet 1, 2, and 3, and there, yes, I could select the levels. Here I couldn't select the levels. It's just, as I said, a reverse engineered save file, but pretty much it's absolutely amazing that yeah, look, I always love to move the spaceship. So you can see that's to show you the physics engine. But well, as you could see, people, you can restore reverse engineered Little Big Planet community levels to the game, and that makes this an amazing endless game pretty much. So in terms of, it's of course exclusive to the PS Vita, and I will recommend this one over the PSP version. If I cannot tell if the PSP version has you can do the same with the PSP version with reverse engineered levels, but this is pretty much the definitive version, and I'd rather pick this one. So let's get to the last game of the first home screen as for my 3D and 2D platformers, Rayman Origins. Now you must be wondering, Eraser, this is stupid. This is a multi-platform game that was released back in the day, pretty much everywhere. You could play it on Wii U even, and you have the PC version and etc. But this is a very, very special version, as you will see. I want to show it to you, so you can see that I am not making this stuff up. I'm not making up stuff. This version of Rayman Origins is the only one that has exclusive mode called Ghost Mode that replaces the multiplayer capabilities of the original release that you'll find on PC, PS3, well, etc., all of the system of the multi-platform release. I think I am showcasing it at 60 FPS. It runs at 60 FPS, but I don't know if I'm capturing it at 30 or 60. But it runs at 60 FPS, so it's extremely smooth. I would recommend this one over Rayman Legends. You also have Rayman Legends on the system, but that one, the multi-platform version is the same. Here, as you can see, Ghost Mode, you won't find this on any other version, making this an exclusive version of Rayman Origins. This is like playing multiplayer, and considering that nowadays the multiplayer capabilities, the servers for Rayman Origins must have been taken down by now. They must have shut down after Rayman Legends and etc. This Ghost Mode, it's a way to play multiplayer against the CPU, or even yourself. As you can see, it's called Ghost Mode for a reason, in which it adds that portion of speed running, of adding an extra layer of abstract complexity of the original campaign of the game that extends the replayability even further. And as I've said, you can read this from the wiki, this mode, it's exclusive to the PS Vita. It's not on any other system. Ubisoft made exclusive deal with Sony, and just like they released Assassin's Creed Liberation originally as an exclusive on the system, this mode you will only find it here. Search for it in your multi-platform copy of Rayman Origins and you'll see that you won't find it at all. Now, that was a pretty unique opening for the first home screen. As you can see, my 2D and 3D platformers. Let's get into the second stage. Yeah, level 2 boss, people. You have unlocked level 2 boss. And we begin with PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. Make sure you get all of the DLC of this game because it has a lot. This is basically a Super Smash Bros. Clone that Sony developed back in the day. It's also available on the PS3 and the PS Vita, pretty much. So it's exclusive to the PS3 and the PS Vita, a pretty similar case as Sly Cooper Thieves in Time or Ratchet and Clank Collection. Even worse because you cannot use the PS2 emulator of the Steam Deck to play this, so the Nintendo Switch cannot play this, the Steam Deck cannot emulate this. I know that it has PS3 emulation, but it's not that good on the Steam Deck. Besides, this is native. It's 100% warranted compatibility. It runs at 60 FPS. It's an amazing port, and you can play with all of your favorite Sony characters, just like with Super Smash Bros. I'm sad that this didn't get a sequel. Of course, you can play against the CPU. Pretty much, it's like Super Smash Bros. The story won't give you a lot of content, but considering it has like 30 or 40 characters or 25, something like that, you can play the story of each character, master them, just like Super Smash Bros. Pretty much, and it's exclusive pretty much to the PS Vita and the PS3. So pretty much it's a preservation effort on my part. And we get to the main dish of today. People, you must be wondering if you have a modded PS Vita. That icon is not the one of my normal God of War collection copy. That's basically God of War 1 and 2, the legendary hit from the PS2. Just like with Ratchet and Clank collection, people, as I showcased, this is the PS3. This is the PS3 HD version. Now, the default stock version of this game, it's terrible. Why? Because it has no HD audio. It runs at a lower resolution because it's one of the early development cycle PS Vita releases at the beginning of the console's lifespan. So by stock, lower resolution, Vita graphics is your friend. But besides that, as you can see, this is called the God of War Definitive Edition. You can see that the artwork is different, and everything is different, because besides increasing their base resolution thanks to Vita graphics, this is a modded version that fans of the game released, restoring HD cutscenes, HD audio to the game, and widescreen. This is a complete conversion of the original PS3 release. The PS3 release is the best, of course. It runs at 60 FPS, and this one runs at 30 FPS. But like what I mentioned before with the Ratchet and Clank collection, most people play this on an emulated version on the Steam Deck. The PS2 version, which has worse textures because it's not the PS3 version, and the only thing going on for it is the 60 FPS, which won't be constant because it's still emulated. So here you get native compatibility, HD textures, and a much better pixel per inch display. Besides, if you install the Definitive Edition, which is another process on top of all of the processes that I have been describing, for example, there you can see in-game videos, music and sound effects, and etc, etc, etc. It's an improved version. The normal version, the default version, is bad because it will be like with letterbox, cutscenes, but also it will have a terrible audio, and without Vita graphics it will have downgraded quality. But as you will see, this is all custom made by the modder. As you will see, thanks to the HD mod, the cutscenes will look amazing. Yes, delete the information trophy. Then I will take care of that. That happens when you reach the. There's also a limit. That was good to describe this. There's also a limit in terms of the amount of games that can register trophies. The problem is that I'm constantly installing and reinstalling games, and I used to do that until I reached this perfect level of getting the games that I actually wanted, and pretty much you have to uninstall the trophy information for the database. But I already calculated, don't worry, that it has a limit of 100 games. So I just need to, I should have pressed no, for example, if I weren't showcasing it. For example, there you can see that the cutscene, it's in widescreen, the normal version. If you Google it, it'll be a letterbox with terrible sound. I cannot make you appreciate the sound, but pretty much, as you can see, it's the PS3 version. The idea of the mod is to make this version as close as possible to the PS3 version, and it's a pretty good try, because when combined with Vita graphics, it will look extremely crisp like the PS3 version. So, while it is originally a PS2 game, it will look amazing. And let me see if I can show it you. Let's play a bit. There won't be a lot of people, just some minutes, but I really wanted to showcase this. Pay attention, please, to the textures as much as you can as I play the game, and you will see that if you compare this to the pixel per inch density of the Steam Deck, it won't look as good. Now, I know that I'm also capturing footage, so I don't know, it will have some slowdowns, but as you will see, it will be pretty good. Let's see if we can resort to our classic square triangle combo that I remember from playing God of War so much. It's a bit difficult when looking at the screen because it's a small delay, but as you can see, I'm looking at my PC screen, and thanks to another great plug. I forgot about the plugin to capture footage like this. Highly recommend it to you. Not only if you want to stream the games, but also if you want to give kind of like Switch capabilities to the console. But as you can see, the textures, if you focus on the rain or the lava explosion of Kratos' Blades of Chaos, as you will see, the textures are the PS3 textures, and it's extremely sharp. I cannot tell you how sharp it looks on a real PS Vita screen, because as I've said, the pixel per inch density, it's absolutely amazing. So, as you can see, it's absolutely incredible. There you could see it, because yeah, right, that's what I need to do. I need to position myself here, pretty much. Then I'll show it to you. As you will see, it's extremely sharp. If you haven't noticed by now, if you have take a look at any Steam Deck showcase of the game, and you'll see that the textures are a bit more muddy. And not only that, but also here you get 100% compatibility. So, as you can see, it's extremely sharp, and trust me, it runs at a decent frame rate on the PS Vita. It's pretty much locked 30. It could be better. Well, here I cannot pay attention to both things at the same time, people. But yeah, pretty much I highly recommend to you. That you get the definitive version that you see there. I think it says it there. Definitive edition, not version. The definitive edition, and on top of that, apply Vita graphics, and it will look and sound amazing. A unique experience that I highly recommend. So yeah, pretty much, it's a myth that God of War is not good on the PS Vita, because I've seen some people say that the unmodded version is bad. This version is amazing. See the difference? So, Definitive Edition plus Vita graphics. You need to go through both processes, but after that, you get two amazing games that, due to the pixel per inch density of the tiny PS Vita screen compared to the Steam Deck, it's not tiny, but the small PS Vita screen in comparison to the Steam Deck, it will look amazing. You cannot see it if you're watching this as a YouTube pod, but it will be amazing. The Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, this is pretty much the most replayable fighter of the PS. Look at that 2012 update pack. Check out the latest info, Bab. Yeah, view the DLC. Pretty much, you cannot. I think this is not released on the Nintendo Switch. You can play the PC version on the Steam Deck, but not on the Nintendo Switch. So there's that caveat. This one is not released for the Nintendo Switch so far. And this is the latest arcade edition. It looks pretty good. It's the 3D version of Marvel vs. Capcom. It's not 2D. It's the last 3D edition. The last one. The last one was actually Infinite, but that one, well, we don't talk about that one. All right. Sword Art Online Hollow Realization. I know the wallpaper is a bit lame with the Lacrimosa or the Chrysalis there, whatever. Basically, this is one of the biggest. Let me see. Let me check out the size of this. One of the biggest. Yeah, it's the biggest. I forgot to say the God of War, the God of War Definitive Edition. I think it doesn't say it, but it will take up 7 gigabytes, which is way beyond the normal capabilities. This is the biggest game at 7.5 gigabytes. The Definitive Edition. The normal version is only 1 gigabyte. So you can see there the huge difference in textures and the audio compression and the cutscenes compression, which is terrible in the default version. The jump is from 1 gigabyte from 2.5 gigabytes to 7 in terms of the difference between the Definitive Edition of God of War and the normal one. Sword Art Online Hollow Realization, as you can see, this is the second biggest game, but this one is it's not like God of War. This is not a kind of like a placebo quality just for the cutscenes and everything. This is a massive open world MMORPG for the system. Vita graphics case as well in order to achieve native resolution. This was a massive game. You have it on PC, you have it on the Nintendo Switch. This is multi-platform, but I have this game here with all of the DLC because this game is basically infinite. You get a full size. This is probably the biggest game out of the whole system. You get a full sized massive open world offline MMO RPG. Make sure you get this lame wallpaper once you update and install all of the DLC of the game. This game can go up to level 80 or some shit like that, but the game is absolutely massive. It's an offline MMORPG basically. If you don't know, I don't know anything about the Sword Art Online anime or any other entry of the franchise or anything like that. I know that the Sword Art Online, a series of games, they were originally released for the PSP. And ignore the lame wallpaper here with the chrysalis and everything. The game is amazing. It's pretty much you get an offline MMORPG, but make sure you have this because it will indicate a fully updated version, which for a game like this is quite important. With all of the DLC, it's basically endless. Nothing I can tell you about it. It's basically an MMORPG offline for the PS Vita, an offline MMORPG for the PS Vita, my favorite kind of game. It's massive, and it's astounding to see a game as massive as that one on the PS Vita. If you like massive games, be sure to pay attention to the next section because it will be all massive open world games like this one. Why is that this one is not there? Because this one is not a hunting game. This one is kind of like more hack and slash action, quite similar to God of War, quite similar to the next one that I'm going to showcase, precisely Dungeon Hunter Alliance. As you can see, Dungeon Hunter Alliance, also by Ubisoft. This is an improved version of the original game developed by Gameloft. Gameloft is basically the mobile division of Ubisoft, and I know there's a lot of stigma about this, about having pretty much online games on your console system, but this version is amazing. If you're looking for Diablo clones, the PS Vita doesn't have many, but this one is pretty much the predominant one, Dungeon Hunter Alliance. It's an improved version of the original Dungeon Hunter, which is a classic. There was a period of time, this period of time of mobile gaming is quite different to what we get nowadays. Please keep that in mind. Gameloft was a very, very talented development studio and released a lot of amazing games for the Android and iOS systems back in 2012. The problem is that most people don't know about them because it was a period of time in which mobile games wanted to achieve pretty much console quality. The idea wasn't to do freemium shitty stuff to generate revenue. It was to sell to translate the console market to mobiles, the model of the console market to mobile. For example, here you can see, I think you can see it on my phone, all of those games that you see there. I bet you cannot see them a lot, but I'll try to. Here you can see a lot of amazing games. For example, there you can see Dungeon Hunter, Spider-Man, everything, Real Racing, Modern Combat, GT Racing. You can see a lot of games, and all of those games feel like portable console titles. Of course, they don't have the quality of a console game, but they tried to achieve that. It was a majestic period of time, and Dungeon Hunter Alliance is the perfect example of that. Highly recommend it to you over the Android version or the PS3 version, because this is basically a Diablo clone, but I think the PS3 version never got it. The endless, make sure I would get this version because of portability and because of the endless bit of trials a portion of the game, which is basically a never-ending challenge, pretty much. And I know that most people have a stigma against Gameloft, which is basically the mobile division of Ubisoft. But as you will see, people, this game, for example, has a lot of quality going on. Ubisoft did a lot of amazing stuff, and you'll see that it's like Diablo 3. It follows the formula of Diablo 3. It's not one of those shitty freemium games. The philosophy was different back in the days of the original iPhone. It was totally different. There were a lot of quality games. For example, I always recommend Sentinel 3 Homeworld. And there you can see the Pit of Trials. I cannot access it because you need a level 35 character. And as you can see, this is not a freemium game. And it is also another case of Vita graphics. You have to use Vita graphics to achieve this amazing degree of quality. But pretty much, I will recommend it to you. It's one of the few and probably the best Diablo clone on the system. Just like I said, that Sword Art Online Hollow Realization is the perfect transition of the MMORPG genre. This is the perfect transition of the Isometric Action RPG genre. The second one I'm going to recommend is Silent Hill Book of Memories. Now, for the record, I hate survival horror games. I don't play Resident Evil. I don't play Silent Hill. I don't know a single detail about them. This has nothing to do. This is a Diablo clone, pretty much. That's why it's attached to to Dungeon Hunter Dark Alliance. I have a very good reason to do so. And this is a pretty good randomized isometric action RPG, a Diablo clone. It's not a Silent Hill game. It only has the name to sell it to Silent Hill fans. Pretty scammy tactic. But if you're like me and you hate survival horror games and you don't play them, but you love isometric action RPGs like Diablo and you play them all the time, and you want to have an alternative to Dungeon Hunter Dark Alliance, this is your game. Exclusive to the PS Vita 100%. In the case of Sword Art Online, you have it everywhere. You have it on the PS4 and the Switch and PC. You have the deluxe edition on PC. Dungeon Hunter Dark Alliance, PS3 and PS Vita exclusive, and also Android. But here you don't have to use touch controls, so it's amazing. Silent Hill Book of Memories, 100% pure exclusive. You need to have a PS Vita pretty much to it. No Steam Deck, no Switch, nothing. Dungeon Hunter Dark Alliance, also no Steam Deck, no Switch, only PS Vita and PS3. But well, same case as PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. Now we get to a very interesting case. Pokemon. No. We don't say that here. We'll leave that for the ultimate 3DS showcase. No. You have my outdated 3DS showcase. I need to do one more once we get to the release of Shantae's Risky's Revolution. That will complete the library 100%. It's the last part of the library that hasn't been covered. Invisimals. Now, Eraser, what the fuck? This is a child's game. Is this like Pokemon? What the fuck is this? Well, this game is pretty famous in Spain and Portugal, over at the Iberian Peninsula. It was a pretty hyped release by Sony back in the day. This is Pokemon Go before Pokemon Go was a thing. You have 3 releases on the PSP, 2 releases on the PS Vita, and you'll see that I only have this one, which is the last release ever done for this franchise, because it's the only one that you can play without AR, augmented reality cards. Now, what the fuck is this eraser? Then it's not like Pokemon Go. Yes, it is the original idea of Pokemon Go, but you needed to, in order to capture the Pokemon, the Invisimals, you had to use your PSP's attached camera. There was an accessory, then you, through Homebrew, you can use the attached camera of the PS Vita or the PSP, and you place your AR card on a flat surface, and that's a trap that attracts the Invisimals, and you capture them, and you can battle with them. They are not turn-based battles, they are real-time. It's a 3D fighter, pretty much at its core. But why do I only have this version of the game, which is the latest release? Because this is the only release in which they got rid of the AR, of the augmented reality cards for the system, for the formula of this game to work. With this version, with Invisimals The Resistance, not with Invisimals The Alliance, which is the other PS Vita release, which was much more, which was released in the early development cycle of the PS Vita. That one requires AR cards. All of the PSP entries require augmented reality cards as well. They all require them except for this last release, so I will highly recommend it to you. You can go around your house hunting the Invisimals, and then you can fight in tournaments with a pretty lengthy 14 hours, I believe, campaign that you can do. It has a lot of content. It fixes all of the problems of Invisimals The Alliance. So all of the Invisimals series are exclusive to the PS Vita, so 100% pure exclusive once again. It's Pokemon Go before Pokemon Go was a thing, and it's even better because you don't require Wi-Fi, you don't require anything. With this release, which is the perfect formula, you don't require AR cards, you don't require anything. You just use your PS Vita's camera. The PS Vita has front and back cameras. You hunt your Invisimals, you don't need to lay traps, you have different minigames to capture them, and you get an amazing 3D fighter for your system with a pretty good stat system implemented. Highly recommended. Not only for kids, not only for kids, because it's like Pokemon. You still play Pokemon. This is the best version of Pokemon on the system. The Resistance, as you can see there. If you don't mind, you can use your cell phone. You can use your cell phone to display the augmented reality cards that were included originally on for the system. For example, I don't have them. You place your cell phone on a flat screen, on a flat surface, and you can play the Alliance as well. That's the only thing that changes, because you place your cell phone, you display the augmented reality card, and that's how you capture the Invisimals in Invisimals The Alliance, which is the other PS Vita release. Right, so, and then for fighting, the good thing is that the PS Vita releases don't require the augmented reality card anymore. For the fighting scenarios, they are all kind of like in-game. For the PSP versions, they require the augmented reality cards for both capturing and fighting. So it's even more fragile in that sense, the formula. It's much more difficult to replicate, and as I've said, the only true portable version, and I think the most perfected version of the formula, it's the last entry, which is this one. Some people may argue that the campaign of the PSP entries it's better, especially the second one, but pretty much I think the functionality and the capabilities of this one, they are the best because it's portable. You can pretty much well, a lot of people will wonder what you are doing, but well, it's no different than playing Pokemon Go in that sense. And besides, you don't need Wi-Fi connection, so good. Anyways, don't try to play this on a plane, because you cannot stand up on a plane, and pretty much you have to stand up and actively search for the Invisimals. Highly recommended. If you like it, you get the augmented reality cards on your cell phone, on your mobile. You display them on the table, and you just catch the Invisimals, pretty much as I've said. And in the case of the PSP version, you will need them to both catch them and do the campaign, because it's also needed for the battles to happen. Alright, pure exclusive once again. Muramasa Rebirth. This one is interesting. The original version of Muramasa was released for the Nintendo Wii, so it's a Wii PS Vita exclusive. Pretty similar to a Vanillaware game. I don't know if you play them. They are the other two games that you just saw down there. I have them all grouped together. Only the PS Vita can have the complete collection of Vanillaware / 2D hack and slash RPG games. Pretty much because only the PS Vita has Muramasa Rebirth. This version is exclusive. It expands upon the Wii version. You won't need the motion controls of the Wii version. It's portable, it's amazing, it has more levels, more characters, pretty much the best version of it. It doesn't have a lot of replayability like the next game that you see down there, and that's pretty much the trilogy of Vanillaware 2D fighters. I think Muramasa Rebirth, there it says it, it's Marvelous and Axis Games there. So it's not that they pretty much copied the formula of Vanillaware that you see in a moment. Dragon's Crown, PS3, PS4, PS Vita exclusive, making this the only... So Muramasa Rebirth, only Nintendo Wii and PS Vita. The PS Vita is the only system with the extended version of the game, so you get the definitive edition. You'll see that the Wii one is not Muramasa Rebirth, it's only Muramasa. Dragon's Crown. While it is true that the PS4 version is Dragon's Crown Pro, because it includes all of the DLC, you can get all of the DLC. Here, I highly recommend you update this game. All of my games are updated. Always remember to update all of your games with all of the updates and DLC, because they will improve performance and add content to them of the PS Vita. But pretty much, this is the only portable version of Dragon's Crown. You cannot play this on Steam Deck, you cannot play this on Nintendo Switch. The same goes for Muramasa Rebirth. Being a Wii exclusive, you cannot even play it on the PS3. So Dragon's Crown, PS3, PS4, or PS Vita. And PS Vita is the only portable version. It runs pretty good, and the game is endless. I highly recommend you update it, because I think it was update 1.9, which adds basically randomly generated... Yeah, I cannot see it. Or randomly generated... I cannot see the previous versions with the... yeah, it was the other one. Update history. There you can see in the update history all of the things, and well, I only have version 1.09, but I think version 1.04 is the one that you need to get. I would suggest you to fully update it, but in version 1.04 they added endless dungeons, so it has endless dungeons. Pretty much you get an endless game. You get an endless game for only roughly 1 gigabyte. 900, I believe it was the size, 1 gigabyte, and pretty much you get an endless game with, just like with Dungeon Hunter Alliance, it's exclusive and it has endless modes. Besides a pretty lengthy campaign and a lot of classes, so it's in 2D. It has beautiful hand-drawn graphics by Vanillaware. This game has a lot of artistic talent going on for it. It's pretty much the crowning achievement of Vanillaware. And I would also, it's not on the PS2, for example, just like this one that I'm going to showcase. This one is Audience Sphere Left Thrasher by Atlus. It's also by Vanillaware. This one is a PS3, only on the PS3 and the PS2. It's not on the PS4, I believe. Audience Sphere Left Thrasher. Pretty much, it's the HD version of the original PS2 classic. It's pretty similar to Dragon's Crown, so if you like Dragon's Crown, which I'm sure you'll like because 99% of people will like it, it's kind of like a beat 'em up with RPG elements, Dragon Crown. Pretty similar to Dungeons & Dragons Chronicles of Mystralia and those classic arcade games from the 90s, but with a lot of content. It's not a short game. So I recommend you the whole trilogy, the whole Vanillaware 2D beat 'em up trilogy with RPG elements. The three of them: Odin's Sphere, Lethrasir, Dragon's Crown, and Muramasa Rebirth. All of them. Dragon's Crown is the best, and pretty much I highly recommend them to you. Alright, we begin with the RPG section of it. You just saw the hack and slash with light RPG elements and isometric action RPG portion of my showcase. Let's get to pure RPG games, and there's something that you might have noticed by now. Alongside Sword Art Online, Hollow Realization, here are the biggest games that you'll stumble upon. There are hunting games. The PS Vita was the home of hunting games, and look at the paradox, the first paradox that I will highlight with our first case, Tukiden Kiwami. As you see there, this is a pretty interesting case because it refers to a lot of things. First of all, in terms of exclusivity, you'll see that this game is available on PS4, and a lot of people will say the PS4 port it's better, blah 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 blah. Yeah. If you don't have a PS4, the other option is a PC port, and you could say, well, then it's available on Steam. No. Exclusivity due to shit port. The first Tukiden Kiwami, it's the most prominent, clear example of the concept that I call exclusivity due to shit port. That is the same case as something like Batman, like not Batman Arkham Knight, it needs to be something so broken. Saints Row 2 on PC, one of the most infamously broken ports of all time. Well, exclusivity due to shit port. The original game is so unplayable on PCs that and modern systems that pretty much it's absolutely lost to time. What's the case with Tukiden Kiwami? I tried the PC version. It's absolutely broken. It runs at 24 FPS. It's one of the worst Koei Tecmo ports ever released. Not a single update that they released could fix it. It's absolutely broken. So in terms of the empirical evidence, I will tell you people that this is exclusive to the PS4 and the PS Vita, even if there is a PC release, because it will be extremely sluggish on PC. You have no idea. It's not the case with Tukiden 2. Then they fixed it after the community bombarded them with negative reviews over at Steam. But it also has another problem, which is that the maximum resolution for both of the games is 1080p. So even if you can play the second one at 30 FPS, at 60 FPS on PC and 30 FPS here, I would argue that a hard-coded 1080p resolution limit, it's disgusting. That the first one is unplayable on PC. The second one, the second Tukiden, it's playable at 60 FPS because they based the port on the PS4 port. Good for them. It's playable on PC, the second one, but it has a maximum resolution of 1080p. So the pixel per inch density on the PS Vita is still the best that you'll stumble upon. The same goes for the PS4 version because it will run at 1080p on a 4K screen. So the pixel per inch density is also fucked up because you cannot increase the resolution of the PC version. So exclusivity due to shit port in the case of Tukiden Kiwami and Tukiden 2. The original Tukiden was released for the PSP because the PS Vita is the home of all hunting games. And see the interesting fact: I despise Monster Hunter. I tried to play the third one, the fourth one on the 3DS, and I uninstalled them because the combat is so shitty. It's the worst pile of crap that you'll ever stumble upon. And see the paradox: I despise Monster Hunter as a franchise as a whole because you attack and the character kind of like locks in one direction. It's absolutely disgusting. But I love all of the Monster Hunter clones, let's say. I think they have much better quality because while Monster Hunter is the original, I think the combat is a pile of crap. And in all of these games, the combat is amazing. It's much more hack and slash and amazing. So Tukiden 1, Tukiden 2, Soul Sacrifice Delta, the PS Vita exclusive 100% that you'll stumble upon. Freedom Wars the same. They and Ragnarok Odyssey Ace, all of them, they're all Monster Hunter-esque clones. But they are much better than the original formula because, as I said, the paradox. I despise the original Monster Hunter and I love all of these games. So for me, the PS Vita is my main Monster Hunter system. Because I hate Monster Hunter, but I like all of the other ones. Because the combat is polished in these games. They have, so if you're like me and you love the genre, Final Fantasy Explorers is a pretty good case on the 3DS. It's much better. If you hate the combat of Monster Hunter, which is disgusting, but you like the formula of the level design, all of these games are much better options. So, Tukiden Kiwami, exclusivity due to cheat port. If you are valiant enough to play this at 22-24 FPS on PC, congratulations, exclusivity due to cheat port is unplayable. Tukiden 2, available on PC, the PS4 version. You can play it at 60 FPS. This is a good port after a bombardment of negative reviews, but it still has the 1080p resolution cap of the PS4 version, the PC port. So the pixel per inch density may look like shit on 4K screens. Take your pill. I think the PS Vita version, because of all of these, it's still the best because it has the correct pixel per inch density, even if it has a lower frame rate, which can easily be fixed through the use, remember people, of a bit of overclocking. You don't even have to go all the way to 500 MHz. At 444, it will be quite good. Ragnarok Odyssey Ace. This is a much more obscure case. This is amazing. It's one of my favorites. It's a sleeper, underrated Monster Hunter game that plays much more similar to an MMORPG. So if you're like me and you like Sword Art Online Hollow Realization, here you get kind of like a second open world MMORPG. It's much more similar to an MMORPG because of the Ragnarok MMORPG that is on PC. But this one is like a Monster Hunter game. It's exclusive to the PS3 and the PS Vita. No Steam Deck, no PC, no Nintendo Switch, nothing at all. I think Tukiden Kiwami also not on Nintendo Switch. It also isn't available on the Nintendo Switch. The same for Tukiden 2. You also have God Eater, but that one has a pretty amazing. Those ones have pretty amazing PC ports. So in terms of the purity of the exclusivity, the Tukiden, and I think it also has much better combat. I think Tukiden has the best combat. So Ragnarok Odyssey Ace is another one. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Only available on the PS3 and the PS Vita. No Steam Deck, no Nintendo Switch. You can try to emulate the PS3 version, but I think it won't run properly. Your military varieties. Soul Sacrifice Delta. Make sure you get all of the versions that I have been showcasing. In the case of Tukiden Kiwami, in the case of Ragnarok Odyssey Ace, in the case of Soul Sacrifice, the Delta version, because they are all kind of like the definitive versions of the original release that was gradually expanded upon when transitioning from the PSP to the PS Vita. So, Soul Sacrifice Delta, 100% pure exclusive for the PS Vita, developed by Sony themselves. Pure exclusive, amazing, pretty much the best Monster Hunter on the system, arguably, because this is a pure exclusive. And you'll see that they were all kind of like behind the same development philosophy. For example, you can find skins of Soul Sacrifice on Tukiden Kiwami and vice versa. The same goes for the third one, which is Freedom Wars, and that's why I have them all grouped like this. Like, this is the original trilogy of Monster Hunter competition to the original release on the PS Vita, like Soul Sacrifice, Freedom Wars, and Tukiden Kiwami. All of them with much more fast-paced hack and slash combat when compared to the archaic and terrible original Monster Hunter formula that I recommend you don't try to even play because it's disgusting. So amazing hack and slash combat for all of them. They are massive games. So like this, we have kind of like several continents kind of like grouped in smooshed within the PS Vita, kind of like compressed inside of a tiny screen, that are absolutely amazing. Here you can see how the PS Vita is not a mobile phone at all. It's not a mobile at all. It's an amazing system with a lot of heavy hitters going on. Let's get to the next one. Pretty amazing case. Why is it in Japanese here? So don't tell me this is in Japanese. No, people. This is the most important English patched game that you need to get the first case of an English patched game of an original Japanese release. The PS Vita also had the other one that should be patched. Is the there's kind of like an open world samurai game for the PS Vita, which is like Way of the Samurai, but that one is not English patched. This one is completely English patched. Be sure to get the updated version of the patch, because what most people do is go to the website and get the outdated version, which wasn't complete. It was kind of like 40%. This is almost 80% with all of the story and everything. Make sure to get the version from either from the original community Discord, in which they are finishing the translation. They are at 80%. It's already finished. So this Phantasy Star Nova, if you played it, this is one of the origins of console MMORPGs developed by Sega for the Dreamcast. And Phantasy Star Nova is like having a portable offline version of Phantasy Star 2 Online, which is an amazing MMORPG that is still active, that was recently released. This is like having an offline version of Phantasy Star Online 2 with monster hunting elements, but it's an MMORPG. So you get another massive offline MMORPG for the system. This is a must play. All of these screenings, they are all must plays. I think all of the games that are recommended are must plays, because they are only available on the PS Vita, or a weird combination like Wii PS Vita or PS3 PS Vita. So you cannot play them on the Steam Deck, you cannot play them on the Nintendo Switch most of the time. You can see that it's a very precise selection that I have done, and besides they are massive open world games, that they are not just about monster hunting in the case of Phantasy Star Nova. Valhalla Knights 3. If there's one thing I hate about RPG games on the PSP, is that most of them make that disgusting transition inherited from the Tales series, in which when you get to an encounter, there's a transition and you get an arena in which you fight. Well, Valhalla Knights 3 doesn't have that pile of crap, because it finally fixed the problem with Valhalla Knights 1 and 2, and this one is open world straight up. In that sense, it doesn't have those disgusting transitions, and this is exclusive to the PS Vita. Once again, I almost forgot to say, they are all Soul Sacrifice Delta, Freedom Wars, Phantasy Star Nova, and Valhalla Knights. They are all 100% exclusives to the PS Vita. 100%. Only available on the system for open world, massive RPG games that you can play. For those of you who say that the PS Vita has no games. Valhalla Knights 3, you'll see that this game is absolutely hated when it was originally released, because this was in the... Pretty much you can see that the release year is 2013, and 2013 after 2013 and 2014, it was a period of time in which the Democrat Party in the US started with all of the woke policies, in which it was from... I'm giving you the historical context of the game and why you'll see that it gets terrible reviews, because it's straight up this. A lot of the reviewers went like Kotaku. You can thank the terrible misleading information about this game to Kotaku, to IGN, to Metacritic, to all of the professional gaming reviewers that said that this game is shit because of political reasons instead of truly technical reasons about the game's capabilities and everything. They hated this. They hate this game because of the feminine armors, because of the women characters' armors, pretty much, because they are way too revealing for them, and because of that they don't pay attention, which is as easy as choose a male character, which is what I usually do most of the time, and get a normal armor. But because of that, pretty much they created the notion that this game is shit. This game is not shit. It fixed all of the issues of Valhalla Knights 1 and 2, because it doesn't have those disgusting transitions and it's much more fluid in terms of the open world gameplay. It's amazing, it improves upon everything, and this game doesn't deserve a 6 just because of political reasons. But well, it was the height of the Obama administration, we have to thank them, of course, and they pretty much at that point it was impossible. If you said that a game like this was good, you wouldn't get any paid advertisements, any paid advertising from the Democrat Party, and as a direct consequence of that, this game was treated like shit by the Washington Post, by the New York Times. Yes, they do game reviews in case you don't know. And pretty much the game was treated like shit when it's not like that. If for some weird reason you cannot stand looking at a normal women's body with the classic anime feminine armor and you think it's way too revealing, if that's the case, well, I'll tell you that don't play any of these games, but especially don't play this one. So pretty much, except that's a problem for you, I don't know. The game is pretty good. Technically speaking, I don't know what to say. It's pretty good. The game is pretty good in terms of the gameplay mechanics, and it improves upon the formula of Valhalla Knights 2 and 3. I don't have Valhalla Knights 1 and 2, sorry. Because of I cannot stand the transitions from the Tales series, and those games have them. But if you can stand the transitions, I actually have a game that pretty much is the same case as Lord of Apocalypse and Lord of Arcana. That one is Japanese only, Lord of Apocalypse, the PS Vita release. That if I would have a full translation of it, just like with Phantasy Star Nova, it would definitely be included here, because it also removed the transitions when compared to Lord of Arcana, which is the PSP release. But that translation is not complete at all. It's not like it's not like Phantasy Star Nova. Besides, it's interesting that it's PS, like instead of PS Vita, Phantasy Star, there in the title. But I highly recommend you, once again, get the translation for Phantasy Star Nova, because it's like having an offline Phantasy Star online too. And the translation is pretty complete. It's 80% roughly, with all of the story and everything, and pretty much what is not translated is part of the weird DLC and everything. The main game is completely translated. Don't get the outdated version, because the most popular version of this is the outdated version. Very weird case. It's kind of like in the private Discord of the community, where you can get the complete translation, the almost complete translation, or also look for it online. I found it without joining the community. It's also online. Get it from there. The GS series, you can play these on PC, on the PlayStation 4, but on the PS Vita you can have the complete collection, something that you won't have on the PS4. So on PC you have the complete collection, but there's an exclusivity due to cheat ports. I think it was this one, GS 8 Lacrimosa of Dana, exclusivity due to cheat port. The PC version of this has it crashes, it has resolution problems, and the upscaling of the textures it's terrible. It's not like with God Eater, as I've said. So the whole GS franchise, I highly recommend it to you. It was born on the PS Vita as well. GS Origin, this is the order, play this one, then all of the PSP entries that I'm gonna showcase. Then you come back to this one, which is, I think this is actually GS4. It's a remake of GS4, Memories of Celceta. These are all modern remakes of them. And GS8 Lacrimosa of Dana, exclusivity due to cheat port once again. The same case as Tukiden Kiwami. So the PS Vita can play all of them with the correct pixel per inch density and without using those disgusting upscaled resolutions of the PC version. And on the PS4 it's not available. So on Steam Deck you can play them, but the textures will look disgusting for my taste, for my personal taste. If you have a PS Vita, highly recommend it to you, because they have the correct pixel per inch density, pretty much. Another thing, people, that I forgot to mention, I'm rocking a 256 GB card as the main Vita slot, combined with a 32 exclusive Sony proprietary SD for the system. So the total is roughly 280 gigabytes, more or less. You have to it's a bit less because they take a bit of a space in terms of the memory cards. If you, in terms of the SD, micro SD cards, they are never exact. The same goes for the Sony one. Is 30 FPS in 30 gigabytes instead of 32, for example. I have the highest capacity original micro SD It came with the console. A slightly used console because I got it back in 2016, something like that. So, and it was released back in 2012, and it didn't have a lot of use. It's practically new. So it was unmodded, nothing. The person didn't use it. So pretty much it's kind of like a new console, and it came with a 32 GB card. That's why I also want it, because they are proprietary. I don't know if you've seen them, proprietary SD cards. So well, this combines the highest capacity of the official Sony micro SD proprietary micro SD with a 256 gigabyte micro SD on the card slot, replacing the game cards. So this doesn't require me to swap games. I have original PS Vita games, but like this, I cannot be changing cartridges just like with the 3DS. Alright, one of the ones that I have, for example, I have Uncharted Golden Abyss, Call of Duty Black Ops, Need for Speed, Most Wanted, for example, just to name a few. Physical. Uncharted Golden Abyss, another case in which you need to use Vita graphics. You need to use Vita graphics for this release because the original resolution will look extremely muddy. Of course, 100% exclusive. Pretty much Uncharted Golden Abyss, it's amazing, and it's made by Bend Studio, the developers of Days Gone, which was a kind of like a secondary development studio back in the 7th generation, and it's a case of using Vita graphics. Because it's one of the launch titles of the console, and you will see that the performance impact of increasing the frame buffer resolution, the internal resolution, is not that big. So it was a huge miscalculation on their part. It was a huge miscalculation because if you think about it, people, you could think that there's a performance impact by increasing the frame buffer resolution. I forgot to mention that there isn't an impact at all. I couldn't feel it, and I couldn't see it, and I was kind of like registering. I was kind of like looking for the frames, so for the frame rate with the program that I showed you with PSVShell Plus, and no. And the resolution of this game is extremely low if you don't use Vita graphics. So make sure to do it. Make sure you do that. Uncharted Golden Abyss, what could I tell you about it? It's a must play of the system, 100%. The same goes for this one and a lot of the ones that I have showcased. Killzone Mercenary, be sure to get the DLC of this game, because the DLC adds offline against bots, which are pretty good. In case you don't know, the original Killzone and Killzone 2 and Killzone 3, they have offline against bots. So it's a signature of the series to have it. It's pretty amazing, and it's pretty much one of the best looking PS Vita games. This one runs at native resolution right out of the box, so you don't need Vita graphics. It's an early launch title. I think it was 2012, more or less, no more than that. So this one is a technical marvel on the system, arguably the best FPS on the system with bot zone, so you can play endlessly against bots. So it's 100% exclusive, and replayability is assured for thousands and thousands of hours. Well, not thousands, but hundreds of hours at least. Call of Duty Black Ops Declassified. A lot of people hate this game. I have it physically. It came with the console that I bought used, for example. The game is pretty good, and it has kind of like wave-based endless endless wave mode, in which you can. It has a campaign, but it's pretty short. It's negligible. That's why people hate this game. But it has pretty much offline versus bots against endless waves. So I will highly recommend this combination. I highly recommend that you get Call of Duty Black Ops Declassified, because the PSP entry, Roads to Victory, will provide you with a campaign, and this will provide you with kind of like an offline multiplayer version of it, like with the missions and endless waves. It doesn't have a campaign, so you get the campaign through the PSP game. It's kind of like sold separately. You got a code for Black Ops Declassified with the original PSP release of this game because I saw it in the box. I have it. It was also, of course, used, and I got my copy of Black Ops declassified on Adrenaline for the PSP emulator. But pretty much, Call of Duty Black Ops declassified will give you that multiplayer component, right? So endless waves of enemies. Killzone will give you offline versus bots in a much more traditional fashion. So you'll have both wave-based, endless offline against bots, and Killzone Mercenary will provide you with classic matches, completely offline, and it works. They both work amazingly well. All right, we get to the first community modded Android port for a game with Mass Effect Infiltrator. Fuck, Eraser, a Mass Effect game on the PS Vita. Yeah, it's also on Android. It's no longer available, but you can still get it. I have it on my Android phone. This is developed, as you can see there, by Monkey Studios. I never remember the name. They are the same developers as Real Racing. I think it was Grease Monkey. Let me open real quick so I can give you the real name of the studio. The real name of the studio. They are pretty much experienced Android developers. They are experienced Android developers. Well, no, I don't have the name. It's that monkey logo that you see down there, and pretty much it's developed by the same studio. You can find this on Android, but so this game is exclusive, of course. Black Ops Declassified also 100% exclusive, and in the case of Mass Effect Infiltrator, you can have it. No, I don't have the name of the studio, but well. It's that monkey logo. I think it was Grease Monkey or something like that. That they were basically the equivalent of Gameloft in terms of mobile development for Electronic Arts instead of Ubisoft. So they developed the Real Racing series, for example, on Android. And as you can see, you must be wondering, Eraser, but if I can play it on Android and you say that I can still manually inject it in my Android phone. Yes, but the shooting mechanics of this game on Android, they are quite different than the usual third-person FPS. If you have played it, they are terrible. They are not like Modern Combat, which would be you have Modern Combat 3, which is a copy of Call of Duty made by Gameloft for the system. But I would suggest Mass Effect Infiltrator. Why? Because Mass Effect Infiltrator, first of all, it focuses on a single-player campaign. It's Mass Effect, and also it has a much worse touch controls on Android, and on the PS Vita the port is really well done, and you can finally get Twinstick third-person shooting mechanics for this game. So I highly recommend you get this version because it will behave like a true third-person shooter. And the Android version, you kind of like tap on enemies. It's not like you have a virtual stick like with most other first-person or third-person shooters. You don't have a virtual stick for the camera and your character. Here you can, in the Android version, you tap on the enemy and then you just shoot automatically. So I would highly suggest this version because it has much better controls in terms of the proportion when compared to the Android version. If you're between Modern Combat 3 and this one as an Android port of a third-person shooter or first-person shooter, I would suggest this one. Besides, it's much more unique than Modern Combat, because, for example, I almost forgot to say when talking about Invisimals that on the PS3 you have there's a 3D platformer version based on the Invisimals franchise. I think it was Lost Kingdom or something like that you can get. You can get it. It's quite obscure on the PS3. It's Invisimals Lost Kingdom. But it's a third-person platformer in which you can also fight. It's a very complete game. So it has the functionality of this game, the combat portion, you don't capture them, with a third-person platformer. So I highly recommend it. Invisimals Lost Kingdom. But well, that's the PS3. It's exclusive to the PS3. Mass Effect Infiltrator, Android port. So the first three, pure exclusives, Uncharted, Killzone, and Call of Duty. Mass Effect Infiltrator, Android, iOS, and PS Vita. but the touch controls are shitty, so exclusivity due to shit touch controls. In this case, that's another category. So, pretty amazing, pretty amazing. It has 4 difficulties, so it's pretty good as well. Just like that. And it also has a functionality, the Android port. You can connect it to Mass Effect 3, and get some extra points in terms of the Galactic Conquest to get the endings and those things. This game was originally released to connect to Mass Effect 3. Resistance, Burning Sky, another forgotten trilogy of the PS3, exclusive to the PS3, and in the case of this game, the Resistance trilogy 1, 2, and 3, they are first-person shooters. In the case of this one, it's a third-person shooter following the formula of the PSP version of Resistance, for example, and it's a third-person shooter, amazing, pure 100% PS Vita exclusive in this case, and it's a third-person shooter, pretty similar to Uncharted, pretty similar to Mass Effect Infiltrator, so we have first-person and third-person shooters. Unit 13, developed by Sony, but I think was Super Interactive or something like that. The same developers as the SOCOM series. This is a successor, it's a spin-off of SOCOM, you could say. 100% PS Vita exclusive, only playable on the system. So yes, another must play, both of them. They are both 100% exclusives. And we get to the other port, the Conduit HD. So Wii exclusive / PS Vita / Android exclusive. You can play it on Android, on Nvidia Shield, for example. But I think you'll get the best experience on the PS Vita, because as with Mass Effect, especially considering that they are third person in the case of Mass Effect and first person shooter in the case of the Conduit. The Conduit does have a virtual stick in terms of the Android version, so it's not that bad, but I still wanted to get the best version of this classic FPS from the Wii era. It's a Wii game running on the PS Vita. It's the HD Android port that was ported by modders, so highly recommend it. So those are my personal picks. There are other options, but you can see people that they are played best for one reason or another. They are played best on the PS Vita in comparison to other systems, like you only get a virtual stick on Android, or in the case of Mass Effect Infiltrator, it has a turbo control system. So the other two that you see down there, contrary to popular belief, these are the original versions of GTA. Now, I'm not saying that the definitive version is terrible or anything. The definitive version, after a lot of patching, it has a lot of censorship, sadly. For example, it doesn't make references to the American Confederate flag t-shirts or things like that. They are heavily censored. They have better graphics, but arguably that's on PC that they have better graphics. There's a comparison between the PS Vita original version of Grand Theft Auto and the Nintendo Switch version, and the bloom is better on this version, believe it or not. These are all reverse engineered native ports, so they run fantastically. You'll see that I don't have GTA San Andreas, because I think the classic ones are GTA 3 and Vice City out of the PS2 trilogy of those 3 games. I love these ports especially. They have been made with a lot of care. They even have a manual. They even have a custom-made manual for them, as you will see here. That is the same as the PS2. It's quite beautiful, and for the most part, as I've said, these ports are amazing. They are absolutely amazing because they combine the original graphics that were released for the Android ports of the game, which have better bloom than the Nintendo Switch version. Arguably, if you get the Steam Deck version and you get the definitive edition with censorship, you will get better graphics. The same goes for the PC version, but the Nintendo Switch version doesn't have the proper colors and bloom, notably. It wasn't as good in terms of the transition when compared to the PC and the Steam Deck version, which are basically the PC version of the definitive edition. So if you want, in terms of the portable versions, these are extremely solid. Don't be fooled. They're better than the Nintendo Switch version in terms of the aesthetics, because they are the original aesthetics without censorship. On PC, of course, I have the definitive version. After a lot of patching, it became good. I hope there's a mod that removes the censorship eventually, so you get the best graphics and everything. But in terms of portable experiences, either the Steam Deck version with all of the graphical qualities to the maximum, or these ones. Because like this, I get the original versions without the censorship and the definitive edition versions on PC. Pretty similar case as what I said about Valhalla Knights 3. Censorship had a lot to do with these cases. Borderlands, the infamous worst port of the PS Vita, and I won't say that it runs flawlessly, but as I've said at the beginning, all of the 7th generation ports of this game were terrible, not only the PS Vita one. I am sure that the Nintendo Switch version doesn't maintain constant 30 FPS, because even the PC version, when you have played for a lot of time with the corpses and everything, the physics engine eventually drops by some frames. So it's a matter of the very engine of this game. But as I've said, in the case of this game, if you have to play it with the PS Vita overclocked to the maximum, and as I've said, it goes from underclocked to normal clocking. It's not a matter of breaking through the limit and making the console explode like you might think. So besides with the thread optimizer, which uses the 4th core of the PS Vita with the correct profile, plus overclocking, the game plays pretty good. Your PS Vita won't explode. Please remove all of that crazy stuff from your head. It won't explode. The worst thing that will happen is that that the battery will last a little less time if you want to play this game. It's the highest technical achievement of the system ever, pretty much. It's 30 FPS locked. It will have a lot of dips to 20 FPS, but the thread optimizer, through the use of the 4th core, ensures that those dips from 30 to 20 FPS aren't as frequent and that it recovers much faster. That's the idea. It's not to achieve 60 FPS. It's to achieve a much faster recovery instead of to make it kind of like a millisecond recovery instead of dropping in continuously. Even so, this is a pretty wild card. If you are not prepared to deal with both thread optimizer and PSVShell, which I would also highly recommend you get anyways, if you are not ready to do a complete technical investigation about how to run this game properly, I suggest you don't do it. I wanted to do it because this is an extreme case, as you can see, and the game does work. The artificial intelligence in this game also, it's a bit modified, it's a bit more passive, so it doesn't dodge all of the bullets by the player. It's not that it's easier, but basically, what could I tell you about Borderlands? Getting Borderlands in such a tiny, minuscule screen as this one, it's absolutely mind-boggling. It's like, I feel like playing on a mic, on a Game Boy Advance Micro. It feels like that. Such a huge game. It has 2 DLCs. It doesn't have all of the DLCs. I don't have the DLCs installed. Torque's campaign. I play Borderlands 2 on PC all the time, but pretty much this version is quite interesting because it's the greatest technical achievement of the PS Vita. And in my case, if you want to get to an extreme case, and it was one of the last games developed for the system officially by a collaboration between Sony and another studio to see if they could save it. It's absolutely amazing to have such a massive game on the system. Absolutely astounding. So it's extreme case. I don't recommend you do it if you don't have the time to invest to get to this extreme level of quality and precision. But if you have spare time and you are willing to do it, the game can be fixed to at least reduce the drops to 20 FPS and achieve close to 30. And besides, Borderlands 2 has an endless arena, so you get another endless game, and the game is massive by itself. Here's another, basically what I call another continent compressed into the PS Vita. The same goes for Grand Theft Auto and Grand Theft Auto Vice City and 3. Open world games, what could I tell you about them? And the PS Vita with those two, you can also get San Andreas, but I like this too. more because they are classic. I like the setting and everything, and they play magnificently well on the PS Vita. Highly recommended the shooter section of the PS Vita. We get to one of my most beloved genres and beleaguered as well, the racing genre. I have the Need for Speed Most Wanted physically to begin with, and that, well, we'll get to that one, but let's begin with Ridge Racer. Pure exclusive. We begin with a pure exclusive. People hate this game because it doesn't have a story or anything, and it has a shitload of DLCs. But all of they are not available anymore. This is abandonware pretty much at this point. If you get all of the DLCs through modding and everything, this game gets completed. You can just play races against the AI, against the artificial intelligence. It has amazing graphics. It's another Vita graphics case in which you have to increase the original resolution because it was one of the original cases. So, of the early development cases of the system. It only has against AI, but you can add 2 more circuits and a lot of soundtracks through the DLCs. It's decent. It's basically just for individual races. It doesn't have a campaign. Pretty much that's why Call of Duty was also hated. But I'll show you something now that will fix the portion of that, besides the campaign. So Ridge Racer pretty much doesn't have a campaign. It's not open world. It's just circuits, specific circuits. But well, it looks amazing, and it's a modern racer for the PS Vita. It's not the best game, but it's 100% exclusive, so it's a piece of history of the system, and it's not bad. It's not bad. Once you get all of the DLC, you can get all of the circuits and all of the shit that they did with the terrible policy. They wanted to become millionaires with that game, pretty much. The worst period of DLC history. But once you get all of it, it has a lot of soundtracks. It's amazing. I don't have all of the soundtracks because otherwise the game, the size gets crazy. I pretty much have all of the basic soundtracks, the ones that were remixes with a lot of things, that were the main ones, and then of course the extra cars and circuits. Need for Speed Most Wanted. I have this one physically, as I said. Pretty much, this is not a Need for Speed game. This is a Burnout game. It should be Burnout. It was made by Criterion. Pretty much. I think they were the original internal development studio of Electronic Arts for Burnout, precisely. It's amazing. It's an open world racing game with all of the races and everything and all of the whistles. It's pretty much you get an open world racing game on the PS Vita. It's absolutely amazing. As I said, I have this one physically. And it's a Burnout game, in terms of the physics, in terms of the use of the nitros, in terms of the gameplay mechanics, in terms of everything. This is a Burnout game. It's a Burnout game. I know it says Need for Speed Most Wanted 2012. You can get this on any system, on any modern system. I don't think you can get it on the Switch. I think there isn't a Switch port of this one. For example, that you can get it on the Steam Deck, etc. It's a Burnout game. It's a Burnout game, so, and it's open world. It has a lot of races and everything, so different game modes, endlessly replayable. From 2012. It's also on Wii U, for example, and but this is the most amazing port. Another case of having to use Vita graphics, people. Why? Because it's another case of an early developed PS Vita game in which the original resolution is way too low. Both Ridge Racer and this one. Ridge Racer, as I said, 100% exclusive. This one multi-platform, but they share that similarity. You have to use Vita graphics, as I said at the beginning, to increase the resolution to the Vita's native screen of 960 by 544, because otherwise it will look blurry. That's why most footage online that you will find about this game will look blurry in terms of if played on a PS Vita. But if you use Vita graphics, you can restore the original resolution. It doesn't have a performance hit at all because I have measured it, and basically they couldn't use the proper resolution with the early development kit of the PS Vita. I'm getting way too technical here, but basically that's why a lot of original PS Vita games from the early development phase of the system look blurry and muddy in their textures because they couldn't access the native resolution. Through Vita Graphics, you can restore it, and with the amazing pixel per inch density of the PS Vita screen. I know that you are watching this as a YouTube pod in the future, people, and you won't be able to appreciate it, but if you play the game on a real PS Vita screen, it will look extremely sharp. Let me give you a bit of footage, people, so you have a comparison point, a reference for the future, in case you find footage of the PS Vita version of this game online, and compare the sharpness, just like we did with God of War and Ratchet & Clank. You will see that thanks to Vita Graphics, it has the sharp texture, one of the sharpest textures possible because of the small pixel per inch density. As I've said, you are not looking at the real PS Vita screen, so the pixel per inch density won't be as perfect, but you will be able to tell the difference between what I'm going to show you and the muddy textures of the unmodded version if you don't use Vita Graphics. As you can see, the edges of the car, you will realize they're much sharper. They don't require the anti-aliasing anymore because pretty much the sharpness has been increased. Look how sharp it looks. The edges are barely noticeable in the case of this version, and as you can see, it's open world and it's majestic that we can enjoy something like this on the PS Vita. But as you can see, compare this, just so you have some seconds of footage, with the muddy textures of the unmodded version, and you will see that this is much sharper because it's the native resolution. And if you pretty much look at the original PS Vita screen, you'll see that it's extremely sharp. Now, on to the next one. One of the last games released for the system, Horizon Chase Turbo. It has long loading times, sadly. It has long loading times, it's multi-platform, but it's an Outrun clone, one of the best, developed by a Brazilian studio, and published by East Asia Soft. That's one of the last games on the system. This is not a modded version, it's not a homebrew version like GTA 3 and Vice City and Mass Effect Infiltration. This is an official release, but one of the last ones. It has long loading times, but it's absolutely incredibly amazing. The performance in-game, it's pretty good. It's multi-platform, as I've said, but highly recommended. It has, I think, it has most of the DLCs of the updated versions of it. It was distributed by Limited Run Games or something like that. I don't know. The physical copies of this and even digital ones. It was only released physically, and even digitally, even if it was uploaded to the internet, they are pretty difficult to find. So I highly recommend you get it. And there aren't many racing games for the PS Vita at all that are exclusive as well. So out of the multi-platform ones, Need for Speed Most Wanted is a classic, and this one, it's a late entry in the PS Vita's library. Wipeout 2048, 100% exclusive, developed by the British Sony Computer Entertainment Liverpool studio, the creators of the Wipeout series, legendary franchise. Is similar to F-Zero, and this is an amazing entry. Once again, use Vita Graphics. It's an early PS Vita release to increase the resolution, and it will look gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous, people. So Wipeout is 100% pure exclusive. I think it's included in the Omega collection on the PS4, and it includes the HD Fury expansion of the PS3, and pretty much the PS Vita, just like with the GTA franchise, with the Grand Theft Auto, with the Wipeout franchise, is the same. You can play pretty much everything on the PS Vita portably, and it looks gorgeous. So Wipeout 2048 includes bits of the HD Fury version of the PS3, and it also has Wipeout Pure and Wipeout Pulse. More on that on a second once we get to the PSP portion of the video. And pretty much it's absolutely amazing. Modern, and it's 100% exclusive, amazing. Mod Nation Racers. This is the pretty much Little Big Planet Mario Maker combined with racing mechanics Yes, community-made levels. The original Mod Nation Racers is amazing. It's exclusive to the PS3, and I highly recommend you get a pack from the Internet Archive of the community levels that were preserved there, just like the Little Big Planet series and their community levels. The same goes for this Mod Nation Racers Road Trip. Long loading times, but you can reverse engineer a save file. This is a bit easier than the Little Big Planet case, than the case of Little Big Planet. You can reverse engineer, you can upload thanks to having access to a modded PS Vita. You have access to reverse engineer and inject custom community made levels for this game. And pretty much I won't show you, people. You'll have to trust me on this one because it takes a long time to load. The game takes a long time to load. So you can inject community design levels and pretty much you'll have endless replayability. When I say endless, I truly mean it. It has a nasty rubber banding artificial intelligence, this game, pretty similar to Forza Horizon that I always cite, the first one. And because of that, it's quite challenging. This game is quite challenging, especially on hard difficulty, because it has a brutal rubber banding artificial intelligence that I highly recommend you to play it. So it's a must play of the system, regardless of what you might read or listen to. The same goes for Wipeout 2048, but especially this one with the endless amount of community designed levels that you have access to. It's absolutely brilliant. It's the same case as Pushmo, Crashmo, and Stretchmo on the Nintendo 3DS or Little Big Planet PS Vita edition. You get endless community levels that of tracks and content that you will have access to. I highly recommend you inject a save file and the game will be literally endless. It's a must play, and it's easier than Little Big Planet to do so. Alright, we get to another Homebrew PS Vita Android port, Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. Amazing Android game from the late 2010s. Pretty much. The Android port is completely different than the console home version of the game. I pretty much have the same because it has a campaign. You can play as the cops, you can play as the street racers. It adds a lot of variety. You have the Nintendo Switch remastered version. You have the PC version and on Steam, but this is the Android port, which is different. It's a total conversion, so technically it's a different game. It's the Android port, which is totally unavailable on Android nowadays. So technically, this, and besides you get physical controls instead of touch controls. So if we combine that with the fact that it's a different version compared to the home console counterpart, you get a pretty good game. It has campaign mode, it has races like Ridge Racer, it has individual races that you can play, like Horizon Chase Turbo, like Need for Speed Most Wanted, so it has a lot of replayability. It has a campaign, and you can play as the cops as well to take down street racer. So it adds a lot of variety. I forgot to say, Need for Speed Most Wanted also has chases in the open world fraction of it, so you can escape the police. Pretty good. I think there's a mod to modify the artificial intelligence, but it's not needed at all. I think it was decent enough. So pretty much. An exclusive version, pretty much we could say, because the Android version is no longer available, and it has touch controls. So at the end of the day, this is the best version that you can get about of this game, because it's different than the home console counterpart that is multi-platform. Asphalt Injection. Remember that I said that Ubisoft was going all in with the PS Vita, and this is a clear example of it. Just like they released Dungeon Hunter Alliance as an exclusive version for the PS Vita with removing the freemium model of the game or whatever, but it wasn't that terrible back in the day. It wasn't like what you imagine nowadays. They were sold. No, it didn't have a freemium model. The original Dungeon Hunter back in 2012. No, they were straight up console releases. Just like Dungeon Hunter Dark Alliance is a pretty similar case. It runs beautifully. Also another case that you have to use Vita graphics to get the maximum resolution out of this one. But this is a modified version of Asphalt 6. It's Asphalt 6.5 5 between Asphalt 6 and Asphalt 7. In case you don't know Asphalt 6 and Asphalt 7, I won't get into Android gaming history from the original iPhone, which is a fascinating and passionate topic to talk about, but pretty much Asphalt Injection grabs the best, it inherits the best elements of Asphalt 6, which was the best version of Asphalt, and improves upon them exponentially. Asphalt 3D, for example, Asphalt 3D on the 3DS, it's also a primitive version of this one, without the content of this one, which runs terribly on the 3DS. I completed that game 100%, so I can tell you. So I highly recommend you don't get Asphalt 3D for the 3DS because it runs terribly. This version runs smoothly, has more content, and it's the definitive version, and I would say the best entry in the Asphalt series, which are basically Need for Speed clones on the Android platform. So, contrary to what most believe, Gameloft back in the day was a prolific company. It was Ubisoft basically doing portable games. You can just look at Assassin's Creed 2 Discovery to get a glimpse at how amazing Gameloft was back in the day. And in the case of Asphalt Injection, it's the best version of Asphalt 6 with with some components of Asphalt 7 with the best possible combination ever. It's the definitive version of Asphalt, and it's exclusive 100% to the PS Vita, because it has also exclusive cars that were only released for specific Windows 10 phones, something extremely crazy. So it has all of that exclusive content with the best elements of Asphalt 6 with elements from Asphalt 7, so it's the perfect combination. It's the best entry in the Asphalt franchise, besides with physical controls and the classic gameplay of, as I've said, mostly predominantly of Asphalt 6, which is the best entry in the franchise for all of its fans, pretty much. Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed, you don't have this on the Nintendo Switch, you have the sequel, which is the Tag Team Racing, something like that. No, that one is Crash Bandicoot. This one is the best Sonic All-Stars Racing game, better than the first one, better than the last one that they released. The 3DS version, it's a shit port, it runs terribly, the same as Asphalt 3D. Here, this game barely, it gets exactly to 30 FPS, but it gets to a decent performance, it has decent performance. I would highly recommend the slight overclocking in the case of this game, but still, while it is multi-platform, you can play it on the Steam Deck. There is another great option because it's a native port and it runs pretty well. I think it has some bit of exclusive content. Each version had a bit of exclusive content to it. So, highly recommended. MotorStorm radio controlled cars. This is like Micro Machines. Now, I generally hate Micro Machines games because they don't feel like true racing games, but the insane amount of content of this one may make it the best Micro Machines clone you have ever played, definitely portably the best one, and it's exclusive to the PS Vita and the PS3, so you only have two options, being this the only portable option. So it's made by Evolution Studios, the same, another forgotten franchise of the PS3 era of the 7th generation, the MotorStorm franchise, which is not about radio controlled cars, which is normal off-road racing with MotorStorm 1, then Pacific Road, and then Apocalypse on the PS3, all three exclusive, and MotorStorm RC, it's an amazing spin-off on the PS Vita. You also have MotorStorm Arctic Edge that we'll get to once we get to the PSP version, so the PSP portion of the showcase. But basically, this is like Micro Machines with an isometric camera that it has a bit of a learning curve, but once you do, you get a pretty amazing racing game that definitely has an insane amount of content going on. This is my personal pick. The colors are a bit washed out when compared to the PS3 version, but still, it's absolutely amazing. I don't have it on the PS3, I have it here because it's like perfect for portable play. And the last racing game, Spy Hunter. This is the only case in which I would suggest that you don't use Vita graphics, even if you can do it in the case of this game, because it will work, but the main menu will be kind of like cropped with a black screen. Besides that, it doesn't affect the gameplay and compatibility, and Vita graphics works perfectly, but I don't like having that because it makes it look non-official, so I don't use Vita graphics on this one. It's a unique case. Spy Hunter, pretty much few people know of this exclusive 3DS and PS Vita release of the classic car vehicular combat franchise that was originally released for the Xbox, for the original Xbox and the PS2. Pretty much, if you don't know about Spy Hunter, it's based on a movie franchise. I think in the Xbox original cases that I have on the entries that I have on the Xbox 360, you can get out of your car and play as Dwayne The Rock Johnson, but in the case of this one, it's just pure vehicular combat. It's one of the shorter games. It's one of the shortest games on the system, especially in the racing franchise, because you cannot play races. But pretty much it has a campaign, and I love the Spy Hunter series, and that one is exclusive to the 3DS and the PS Vita. You cannot get it anywhere else, so no Steam Deck, no PS3, no Nintendo Switch, only 3DS and this one. And this one is the best version, pretty much, of the game. A pretty similar case as Eternal Blade, until some years ago, but then we got a PC release. Sadly, it stopped being exclusive, so one less reason to get the PS Vita. In that sense, Eternal Blade, 2D hack and slash, amazing game, which has an endless game mode that you can also play in case you don't have or don't want to get the PC version, because it's also the pixel per inch density is not that good on the PC version in that sense. But pretty much Spy Hunter. There we go. The weakest entry, but still, if you like vehicular combat, it's pretty amazing. And it's exclusive to the 3DS and PS Vita. Well, as you can see, hang on a second. Let's do Ridge Racer, pure exclusive, Wipeout 2048, Mod Nation Racers, Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. Well, Asphalt Injection definitely. So 4, 5. Yeah, as you can see, all regardless of the genre, I could find a lot of exclusives for the system that make it unique and all amazing reasons to purchase it. So there's no excuse. I think this is superior to a Steam Deck and a Nintendo Switch, because basically a Nintendo Switch, you can have it on PC. The emulation of the Nintendo Switch is the most advanced ever created, so it's incredible. And in case of the Steam Deck, the pixel per inch density, I'd rather get a normal laptop or a PC or whatever, a gaming laptop or whatever. So though the Steam Deck is pretty good, it's a pretty good option, but I think the pixel per inch density of the PS Vita makes the screen so crisp that, and it has a lot of exclusives. The Steam Deck doesn't have exclusives, so I don't like that on a system. I think that for that, I just get a PC or create a custom mini ITX. There are mini ITX PCs that are like this, and you can grab them, and pretty much you get a full-blown PC experience in that sense, and you don't have to worry about Proton compatibility or anything like that. Real-time and turn-based strategy on the system, including tower defense and a myriad of incredible genres that people usually don't pay attention to. This is probably the most beleaguered section of the PS Vita, because it's the most obscure portion of it. People don't care about strategy games, about the sacred, majestic real-time strategy genre on PC. They are not gonna care about it, or turn-based strategy on PC. Pretty much you'll see, turn-based strategy on the PS Vita. As you will see, the first thing that I will highlight is that we don't get a lot of real-time strategy games, but I did still find some. Mostly I have a combination of turn-based and real-time strategy games. You know that I hate turn-based games, except for Pokemon. I cannot stand them, but here I have some interesting exceptions. For example, on the Game Boy Advance, on the 3DS, I love the Age of Empires turn-based conversions to the DS, the original Age of Kings and Age of Mythology. On the DS, they are basically all clones of the original Nintendo franchise. What was it? The Advance Wars franchise that was released for the Game Boy Advance. Actually, it's not an original franchise. On the Game Boy Color, the Advance Wars franchise was born under a different naming, under a different name. There's a trilogy, and the last one is Japanese exclusive, I believe. But the Advance Wars series is actually originally from the Game Boy. The thing is that it was mostly for Japanese territories. Then the Advance Wars series debuted on it was released for the Game Boy Advance, and pretty much the Age of Empires clones on the Nintendo DS, they are Advance Wars clones, which I really like. They also have base building, something that I don't remember if the Advance Wars franchise has base building, but well, I think it does have, if I remember correctly. The DS has some good Advance Wars clones. But well, you'll see that here is a combination of real-time strategy and the rest. I tried to compress most strategy genres here. Another game that I don't have here is Luminous Electronic Symphony, which is a 100% exclusive for the PS Vita. But generally, I don't like puzzle games. It's a matter of me not liking the genre, but I highly recommend it to you. You can also get Puyo Puyo Tetris on the system with an English patch. They're all puzzle games that are absolutely amazing. Luminous Electronic Symphony and Puyo Puyo Tetris, the same as the Switch release. So you have one more exclusive in Luminous Electronic Symphony, but in my case, I was running out of space. I know it sounds crazy, and I had to basically choose between Luminous Electronic Symphony and Grand Kingdom. Probably I need to reincorporate Luminous Electronic Symphony, because it's a pure exclusive, it's part of the system, pretty much. But I would need to remove at least one PSP game. So for now, I thought it was more important to showcase this one, Grand Kingdom by Nippon Ichi Software of America. This game, it's turn-based, it's quite long. It could be classified as a strategy RPG similar to Fire Emblem, which I hate. I despise all of those games, like Joan of Arc, like a lot of others that the PSP has, as well as the 3DS. But this one is a bit different. This one is not... It's much faster. It's like those Warhammer games in which you have control over the character when it's your turn, and you have action points, pretty similar to Divinity Original Sin. It's much more similar to Divinity Original Sin, which I did play, and while I don't think it's a perfect game, and I despise turn-based games, even so, consider that even after all of this that I'm mentioning, that I don't like turn-based games, even after all of that, I would still recommend this. Why? Because it's exclusive to the PS Vita and the PS4, and the turn-based gameplay, it's much faster, it's not slow. You have complete control over your character. It's like Mario and Luigi, the Mario and Luigi series as well, in which you have complete control over the character. There's also a sense of terrain, which most JRPGs and strategy RPGs ignore, because they are static characters and enemies, which I also despise. Here you have to move through a terrain. It's in 2D. It reminds me of Awesome Notes. It reminds me of Demon King Box on the 3DS. I know they are extremely weird cases. That they are 2D, and it has a combination of turn-based and real-time. There's a combination, and it's pretty highly recommended. I would go for Grand Kingdom if you don't like turn-based strategy RPG, Japanese strategy RPGs like I do. It's pretty lengthy because it's still like an RPG, but it has that component of strategy that deserves to be in this spot. Civilization Revolution 2 Plus. This is the only Civilization game that I have and have ever played. Why? Because I despise turn-based games. Totally. I despise the Civilization series. But this one, since it's an improved definitive version of an Android port of the Civilization series, this will feel like Advance Wars instead of Civilization, because it's much more simplified, and that makes it extremely fast in comparison to a normal Civilization game. So we should look at this as Civilization Advanced Wars Definitive Edition. You also have it on Android, but this exclusive Plus version, the Plus version is exclusive to the PS Vita, and it has, besides physical controls, makes it an amazing version of the game. It's you can play this like Age of Empires DS or like Advance Wars Game Boy Advance. The Game Boy Advance has some real-time strategy games, Mech Platoon, for example, or in the case of the Game Boy, the Napoleon one. There's one about Napoleon. So they have real-time strategy. It's amazing. That's why Nintendo is the master of handheld gaming. In the case of the PS Vita, it does have one in Brain Hop 2's, in Zombie Tycoon 2, Brain Hop's Revenge, but I don't have it here because it's only 4 hours long. So even if I could have included a real-time strategy game, I prioritized exclusivity, but not only that, the length of the game. With this game, you get an endless game with Civilization Revolution 2 Plus, and as I've said, don't read this game as a Civilization game. This is an Advanced Wars clone, pretty much like Age of Empires DS, but in a much more bigger scope, which makes it an amazing case. If you want, it's much bigger than Age of Empires DS, than Advanced Wars, but it has base building, it has all of the quirks. It's amazing. Challenging AI and a whole playthrough. Every playthrough is different, and it does that component of procedural generation with the different civilizations and everything. What could I tell you about the Civilization franchise? It's the only Civilization game that I have. See that the PS Vita has a lot of paradoxes. Like I don't like Monster Hunter games, and I don't like Civilization games, but I have Monster Hunter clones, and I have these, which are different formulas, and I love that because the PS Vita has those quirky variations that, in my case, I love them because they make them much more similar to a real-time strategy game. You'll notice that this game and the next one that I'm about to showcase, Mecha Wars Desert Ashes by Arcade Distillery, they feel the closest to real-time strategy using turn-based. You will see that they are not like those slow strategy RPGs like Fire Emblem and the like. Besides, they have base building. That's a huge difference that I love. I hate Fire Emblem because it doesn't have base building. I hate game. If you take out real time, at least don't take out base building. It reduces the abstract complexity of developing that game. So most people play Fire Emblem, and all of these games basically have the stat system of Fire Emblem, but with base building. So in my eyes, they are eminently superior by a long margin, as I've said. Mecha Wars Desert Ashes. If you like this is basically a one-to-one copy of Age of Empires DS. That's why I highly recommend this. If you like that game, this is the best. The Arcade Distillery Development Studio also has another one, which is War Theater. I will also recommend to you War Theater. I might incorporate it in the future. That one is multi-platform. This one is much more difficult to stumble upon. I think you have it on Steam. But why do I recommend this one, which is older? Precisely this one. There's another one, which is it's not Mecha Wars, but it's by the same studio. It's Dark God or something like that. Well, they have 3 games. That Dark Wars crazy one with tribal minions. They have War Theater, which is the last one that they released. That one I will recommend it. And they have this one, Mecha Wars and Mecha Wars Desert Ashes. They started as PSP minis. I forgot about the 5th library of the PS Vita. And this one, I would recommend this one, not War Theater. If you have to choose this one. Why? Because this game has the best artificial intelligence I have seen, and ironically it's the oldest one. It has the best artificial intelligence that I have seen out of the whole Arcade Distillery Trilogy franchise. War Theater, it's easy to beat the artificial intelligence even on hard mode. In the case of the other one of the God, whatever, the other one that I don't remember the name, it has the worst artificial intelligence. And this one, it's also smooth, and it's amazing. Highly, highly recommend this sleeper gem. Mecha Wars Desert Ashes. It's the best artificial intelligence I have seen in a while in any strategy RPG, in any Advance Wars clone. It might be better than the original Advance Wars, and that's stretching it a bit in terms of the comparison, but it might be even better. It has the and then they had to damp down the artificial intelligence. Of course, we can never have good things in life. That's why Arcade Distillery, when they developed War Theater, the artificial intelligence, I think it doesn't behave like a human. This one, if you get human level AI quality, I don't know how they did it. Don't ask me how nor why. The later installments of the very same development studio are worse in this department, but there's a clear difference. Get this game, it's a must play. If you like the Age of Empires DS, this might surpass it. It might surpass it. Or if you like Advance Wars, it's the absolute best artificial intelligence I've seen. It's like playing against a human. You will lose most of the time, even after mastering the game. And even after doing so, a single skirmish can last for hours. It can last for hours and hours. It's absolutely amazing. Alright, so I cannot recommend it enough. 100% exclusive, Army Corps of Hell. In the case of the other one of Mecha Wars, is exclusive due to lack of availability. I think it has a Steam version. We have this one, Army Corps of Hell, original PS Vita release title, 100% exclusive, 100% exclusive for the PS Vita. This is like Pikmin. Yes, it's a Pikmin clone, 3D on the PS Vita, 100% exclusive. Absolutely must play. It has DLC, pretty much everything. Highly recommended, people. It's like having Pikmin on the go. It's absolutely amazing. Or like Overlord, another great game that I have to showcase. Pretty much third-person strategy. The same goes for this one. Shared Wii PS Vita exclusive. Pretty much Little King's Story. The original one is on the Wii. This is new Little King's Story with more content, an enhanced gameplay, and an alternative story and everything. It's the definitive version of the game. It looks gorgeous on the PS Vita. You have to manage your kingdom. It is like Pikmin combined with managing kingdom. And this is by Square Enix, the other one by Konami. Highly recommended. Little King's Story. Pikmin clones, pretty much. If you have played Pikmin, the iconic Nintendo franchise, you have that one. Pure 100% exclusive, highly recommended, a cult classic, The Hungry Horde. Now, I know that it looks like Minecraft in terms of the zombies, but it has nothing to do with Minecraft. It's a real-time, just like the other ones, real-time strategy game developed by Sony Computer Entertainment themselves, as you can see down there. It has a DLC with the Christmas hijinks. This game is a must-play, just like the previous two, in terms of strategy games, because besides being real-time, just like Little King's Story and Army Corps of Hell that are Pikmin clones, this one you could consider the Pikmin clone, but you combined with Twinstick mechanics, because you can split the hordes of zombies. You play as a zombie horde, eating the humans. And while the graphics of the zombies are like Minecraft on purpose, the rest of the game looks amazing. And it highly suggest you update this version because the game looks so good that it doesn't run pretty well. It has an isometric camera, like a twin stick shooter, and pretty much this game has procedurally generated levels every day, even if it's offline. Don't ask me how it does it. And pretty much every play of it, every time you play it, it will be different. So it has procedurally generated levels, a ton of replayability with a lot of levels, amazing. It's a cult classic of the system, a must-play sleeper gem, and pretty much I highly recommend it. It's unique. I think I haven't seen the gameplay mechanics of this game ever. Pretty much with each stick you control. You can control the same horde, or you can split it. You can do whatever you want, and it's extremely strategic. So I highly recommend you play it. So the Hungry Horde, 100% exclusive once again. And here we have the companion app of Uncharted Golden Abyss that no one knows about. Uncharted Fight for Fortune. This is a Hearthstone clone. It's a card game, guys. Pretty much it has its campaign. You can play against the AI, and as someone who loves card games, as you will see in the future, because I will showcase a PSP portion of the system, and you'll realize that that there's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh games, for example, that I love, and there's a lot of card games. This one it's also amazing because it's a companion app of Uncharted Golden Abyss. Pretty much Uncharted Fight for Fortune has 2 expansions that you need to get. Fortunately, they were preserved as DLCs with Uncharted 2 and Uncharted 3, in which you just play cards against the rest of the cast of the games. So as you can see, as for turn-based games, we have Mecha Wars, Civilization Revolution 2 Plus, Uncharted Fight for Fortune, and Grand Kingdom, yes, as well, 4, but the rest are real-time strategy. It's just that they are not isometric with units. They're just like Pikmin. And then it will be third-person strategy. It's a pretty weird genre. Only Overlord and Pikmin belong to that genre. And there's another one that I had on PC, the Undead Horde. It's also another one, Undead Horde. Let's get into real-time tower defense games. Exclusive tower defense games. Final Horizon, a must-play of the PS Vita. An amazing, the most prominent exclusive PS Vita tower defense game. Absolutely amazing. 100% must play. They're all must plays in my eyes. And then we have the other one, which is Aegis of Earth. Protonobus Assault. You have this game was only released. It's not released on the Switch. It's only on PC, so you could access it on the Steam Deck. But I highly recommend you don't get the PC version because, as I've said, the textures weren't properly upscaled. You have the PS4 version as well. I think this is the best version. As you can see there, it's developed by Acquire as well. This one it's an original tower defense game with a long and lengthy strategy, a long and lengthy campaign, and amazing, unique strategy elements to it. You control a rotating city in which you have to defend from several directions. You have to defend your city that is being attacked by aliens from different directions, and it's a unique tower defense game that I highly recommend. And then we have a classic. You must be wondering, Eraser, what the fuck? Plants vs Zombies? Yes. This, people, is the best version of the original cult classic Plants vs Zombies. It can be Eraser. That game was released pretty much everywhere. PC, Nintendo DS, 7th generation consoles, Android, yes. The PC version of this game has pixelated textures from the Nintendo DS version, which are disgusting to look at. It's a version, the GOTY version was never updated. It looks like shit on PC. It doesn't have the HD textures of the PS3 and the Xbox 360 versions. The Xbox 360 and PS3 versions can only be played with a controller, with a joystick, so the controls are shit. The Nintendo DS version is arguably good, but it has the pixelated textures, totally different models. The Android version has only touchscreen controls. So as the definitive package, I present you people the definitive version of the original Plants vs Zombies. Why do I say that this is the definitive version? Well, if you Google how the PC version looks like, or the DS version looks like, extremely pixelated, disgusting to look at. The DS version is decent because of the small pixel per inch density theory that I have been commenting. But this is the definitive version. Why? It combines the HD new models. As you can see, it's no coincidence that it's made by Sony Online, published by Sony Online Entertainment. It has the HD textures of the PS3 and the Xbox 360 versions, but while retaining the motion controls while having unique motion controls of the Android version, which is basically, if you have ever played Plants vs Zombies, there are some thingies that you have to tap on the screen to collect them. They are basically the money to create your defenses. This version, as far as I can tell, is the only one besides the Android version in which you can simply do this quick movement with motion controls and get the sun all collected without tapping on the screen. So it combines the perfect controls of the Android version with the physical controls of the PS Vita version, pretty much, and the DS, with the HD graphics that are exclusive to the PS3 and Xbox 360 versions of the game. Yep, I know, I took the time to investigate all of that long ago, and I can tell you that this is the definitive version of Plants vs Zombies, forever lost in time, that you can also play on the go with the best pixel per inch density ever. The best version of the game, ironically, it's on the PS Vita. We can make a quick demonstration, people, so you can see it. Compare this, then Google the PC version, and you'll see that this is the console version with all of the HD textures that look superbly, exponentially much better because of the tiny screen of the PS Vita. So you'll see something. It works smooth at 60 FPS. You'll see it at 30 because of the capture mechanism. Of course. Not connected. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to. Not connected. Also, the pretty much the PC version is it's absolutely disgusting. Locked. Well, I have to play all of this. It has several modes, as you can see. Damn it. Adventure. Let's try adventure, so I can show you just in game. It has a long tutorial, this game. I think I didn't save at all. No, I didn't save. Well, there you can have it. See how crisp it looks, and it has all of the functionality of the Android version. But well, pretty much we won't get into it because it's already been 3 hours, more than 3 hours, but you could see that it's extremely crisp. So yeah, pretty much. And with that, we conclude the strategy portion of the showcase. As you can see, the PS Vita has a lot of real-time. I could have also included Zombie Tycoon 2, but it's way too short. It doesn't have replayability. But well, there's another pure real-time strategy. As for turn-based strategy RPGs, if you like those, you have thousands that you can include here. But these are my picks as for real-time gameplay elements that I love so much. I hate turn-based games, and Grand Kingdom is the only exception, and Civilization Revolution 2+. Well, pretty much. Alright, people, we are getting to the end, and looks like I'll have to do the PSP portion of this showcase later. Perhaps we can do it after Split Second, because it took me almost 4 hours to get to this. Then I can join them together in a crazy 8-hour showcase over at YouTube. Alright, but I just spent 30 minutes with the intro. But well. Alright, people. let's get to the next one, Dead the Nation, because as you, well, I didn't talk about the grade of exclusivity. Plants vs Zombies, as I've said, I think it's the definitive version. It's available everywhere. Aegis of Earth, available on PC. You can get it on the Steam Deck. The textures will look terrible. Final Horizon, 100% exclusive. Uncharted 5 for Fortune, 100% exclusive. The Harmony Horde, 100% exclusive. New Little King Story, the definitive version of a Wii game. Same as Muramasa Rebirth. Pretty much the new version is exclusive with a lot of exclusive content. Army Corps of Hell, 100% exclusive. Mecha Wars Desert Ashes, you can get it on Steam. Pretty much. This game is meant to be played portably. This one is not exclusive, we could say. It's available on Steam. It's not on the Switch, I guess. Civilization Revolution 2 Plus, 100% exclusive. You have on Android a much worse version. Grand Kingdom, PS4, PSV exclusive. They have an insane, all of them have an insane amount of replayability, as I've said. Zombie Tycoon 2, it's PC, PS Vita exclusive, but it doesn't have a lot of replayability. That's the very same reason why I didn't include Tokyo Xanadu, which is another massive, endless RPG that you can play on the system, but the PSP port, the PC port of the game is the PS4 port, which is pretty much better than the PS Vita version. When the PS Vita version is inferior, I'm not including it. So I'm only including versions that are better than the original, that the original release is better, or are way too important, like Borderlands and GTA and those things. Dead Nation, PS3, PS4, PS Vita exclusive. This is basically an endless Left 4 Dead clone with an isometric camera. It's a twin-stick shooter. It's pretty similar to Helldivers, that's why they're all both bundled together here in my description. Make sure you get the Road to Devastation DLC, because otherwise you won't get the endless version, which is basically an endless offline Left 4 Dead clone that you can play endlessly, or Back 4 Blood, pretty good, Back 4 Blood. So Left 4 Dead, you basically get an offline endless Left 4 Dead. It has a campaign, it has several modes, it has time, trial, everything, but it also has endless with the Road to Devastation expansion. You can also play it on PS3, I have it also on PS3, you can play it also on PS4, I don't have a PS4, but pretty much Dead Nation, this is the only portable version, cannot be played on Steam Deck, cannot be played on Nintendo Switch, cannot be played on PC. PlayStation exclusive, Dead Nation, endless content, highly recommended. It's Left 4 Dead, just with an isometric camera and twin-stick shooter mechanics, which I love. And as you can see down there, I have a solution for, let's say, normal Left 4 Dead. No, actually Call of Duty Zombies there. Helldivers, what could I tell you about this game? Endless procedurally, this is one of the biggest games of the system. As you can see there, the update history is crazy. Make sure to get the European version instead of the American version if you are using PKGJ, if you're using Homebrew and an emulated PS Vita. But as you can see here, I think I had access to the whole history. Look at this shit. This is absolutely crazy. They kept updating this game endlessly. This was originally released for the PS3 and the PS Vita. It was an exclusive. Then it was released on PC. Tragic. That should be illegal to release the exclusivity on PC. I know that I've talked about this topic endlessly, about how the influence of relativism on console exclusivity, and why people who say that that we are idiots fighting over pieces of plastic when we say that exclusives matter, how that relativist mindset doesn't get to metaphysical reality, and how that doesn't change my initial idea that I post, or anyone discussing console exclusivity, about how that changes the fact that when you remove an exclusive, you are destroying the identity of the console, pretty much. So using the ad hominem fallacy of calling people who like exclusives, calling us idiots who fight over pieces of plastic, is absolutely stupid. In fact, because it doesn't solve that ad hominem fallacy, criticizing the subject instead of the argument, instead of a logical argument, doesn't change the fact that that there's no empirical evidence and no point in getting a console if everything is available on PC or other systems. Otherwise, ask Xbox and ask them why they don't sell consoles as much as Nintendo, or ask why Nintendo is the Nintendo Switch is the most sold console of this generation. Otherwise, ask yourself that, and you'll have the answer. And how the Nintendo Switch will absolutely destroy the other two the same. Though I will argue that the Nintendo Switch cannot compete with this modded PS Vita at least. Helldivers, endless procedurally generated levels. Game is basically endless, pretty much, with procedurally generated levels even offline. It's meant to be played online, it can be played offline, and it will encourage you to improve beyond the normal capabilities of the game. It's amazing, absolutely astounding. I think you have to use Vita graphics to get the maximum resolution, but it has been fully updated, and as you can see from my beautiful wallpaper, it's the main ship of this armada. Helldivers, I generally have the main game kind of like at the top, at the center top there. You can see that pattern. That also contributes to kind of like psychologically, aesthetically organize the view. And well, as you can see, Dead Nation, Helldivers, must place both of them. Helldivers isn't available on Nintendo Switch. It's still a PlayStation console exclusive. So PC, Steam Deck, PS4, PS3, or the Vita, pretty much, making it the only official portable version. Well, but the Steam Deck you can play the PC version, alright. It's multi-platform. It doesn't count. Dead Nation, yes. Duke Nukem 3D Megaton Edition. Eraser, I can play Duke Nukem whatever I want. Yeah, but not with this amazing pixel per inch density, which will... It doesn't look pixelated here. It's amazing. It's a pretty tough game. This is the Megaton edition that was briefly available for the PS3, PC, and here, and the PS Vita. But modern editions of Duke Nukem 3D are shit compared to this one. This one has the best selection of levels and expansions ever created. It has rewind features, and while recently it was released the 20th anniversary Tour edition on the Nintendo Switch, and you can probably restore the compatibility with all of those expansions on the PC version, and you can get it on Steam Deck. Here you get, right out of the box, the best version without modding, with the best pixel per inch density. Pretty much, it's amazing. This version was swiftly removed from the PSN store, from PlayStation Network store. You can no longer get this for the PS3. You can no longer get this for the PS Vita officially. You can no longer get this for your PC officially at all. Only through a modded PS Vita you can get this right out of the box. The Megaton edition is vastly, eminently superior, extremely superior when compared to the 20th anniversary World Tour that of the modern versions. This has the best expansions, the best community-made content and official content. Pretty much the definitive version of Duke Nukem 3D. This is the only version of it. It's the best version of it. I won't get into details. People, on PC it's also pretty difficult to get this one. I will highly recommend you get this one and not the 20th anniversary Tour edition. And yes, it's a quite difficult version to get. It was only available for a year or some shit like that. Pretty much a crime. And they removed it to sell the 20th anniversary Tour edition, which pales in comparison to this one. So it's an exclusive, long forgotten version that you should preserve at all costs. While it's not exclusive, the expansions could mostly be considered exclusive because they are difficult to get. Galaxy on Fire 2, another Android port. I also have this game on my Android phone, but you will discover that this PS Vita version is also superior when compared to the Android port. Not only because of the physical controls, that we could argue it's the main idea behind releasing this Android port, but also this has improved difficulty, and it has been modified by as I've said, experts of the game that have played the game constantly, making this the best and most balanced version with the best graphics possible, with physical controls of this cult classic of the late 2000s. As I've said, people, remember, Android and mobile gaming in the early and in the late 2000s, in the era of the original iPhone, was completely different when compared to the freemium model that we get nowadays. Back then, back in 2012, 2011, Android games developed by Grease Monkey, which was Electronic Arts, by Gameloft, which was Ubisoft, the mobile division, they were all trying to achieve console quality on the go, on the original iPhone, and that is a huge difference when compared to the actual model that we get nowadays. If you compare the original Modern Combat games, they are much more similar to Call of Duty. The same goes for Nova, Near Orbit, Vanguard Alliance. They were trying to replicate console quality on the go. It wasn't a time of greed and freemium model games back in the day. So the original iPhone, the philosophy was completely different. And by extension, the philosophy with the games that I've showcased in these 3 hours, with Dungeon Hunter, Dark Alliance, with Asphalt Injection, it's completely different when compared to the modern mobile gaming landscape. 100%. It's not the same. They were trying to achieve totally different things. So while Galaxy on Fire 2 isn't exclusive because you can still get it on your Android phone, it's the best version. As I said, the games that are not exclusive are the definitive versions, the ones that I have included in this 10-year research. Next one, completely exclusive, Super Stardust Delta. It continues the legacy of the legendary PS3 series, which pretty much this is an improved version of the PSP version combined with elements from the exclusive PS3 version of the game. 100% exclusive once again, and as you can see, the PS Vita has a lot of unique games. It's just that they are difficult to find, they are difficult to know about. They involve a lot of research that simply takes a lot of time. So Super Stardust Delta, it's another case. 100% exclusive. Twinstick shooter. In the case of Galaxy on Fire, it's like Star Fox. It's a 3D on rails space simulator, but it's not like Star Fox because it has the part that is not like Star Fox is like Star Fox is that it's not on rails. It's 3D open world simulator, pretty similar to the X series, to Dark Star series, to Freelancer. It's like Freelancer. Geometry Wars 3 dimensions. This is multi-platform, though I think you don't have it on the Switch, sadly. You can get it on the Steam Deck. Looks gorgeous on the PS Vita. Pretty much a must play. It's quite tiny too. It doesn't get to 100 megabytes, I think. Ironically. Yeah, 135. You must have this on your PS Vita. It had a physical release back in the day, quite difficult to get. Geometry Wars 3 dimensions. It's pretty much the epitome of the twin stick shooter genre. 100%. You need to get it. It's endlessly replayable. It's the sequel of an amazing franchise, which is Geometry Wars 1 and 2 Retro and Retro Evolved, in which you'll get the best, pretty much the best of the best quality of twin stick shooters. Then I have a wild pick here. This is a 2D twin stick shooter, a scrolling twin stick shooter from left to right. One thing that I haven't commented is that the PS Vita screen, because of how wide it is instead of being proportional, it's perfect for side-scrolling shooters from left to right because of the extension of the screen. I will also highly recommend, in this very same sense, if you don't have access to a PS3, Soldner 2 X Prototype. It's another, I think it's a Swedish game, pretty well done. I have it on the PS3, I don't have it here, because Soldner 1 is exclusive to the PS3, it wasn't released on the PS Vita. But Soldner 1 and 2 are amazing games, pretty similar to Big Sky Infinity. This one developed by the legendary Ripstone Ltd studio, developed by the legendary Ripstone Ltd studio of the PS Vita. Is another old school developer. It's an old school developer of the PS Vita that was always developing games for it. So pretty much this one, it's infinite, as you can infer from the name, and the version of this game on the preserved PS3 database by modders isn't complete. Only the PS Vita version. And it's sad because this game is infinite, as you can see, endless replayability, just like with Geometry Wars 3 Dimensions. But on top of that, we should add the fact that this game, it's different because it has side-scrolling backgrounds. Behind it, you have to get through asteroids. It has a lot of amazing and unique gameplay mechanics that you normally won't find in any isometric action, in any twin stick shooter games. So pretty much highly recommended as an alternative to Geometry Wars 3 Dimensions and Super Stardust Delta. These are all twin stick shooters. I love twin stick shooters on the Vita because it was pretty much the first portable system that had twin sticks, contrary to the 3DS and the PSP. The lack of a second analog stick, it's a problem for the PSP. So yes, pretty much. Developed by the same studio. In this case I will alter the order because it's the same studio, as you will see there. This is a PS Mobile game. All PS Mobile games, as you will see, have this TL background, and as you can see there, Ripstone Ltd. This is a Doom clone. Pretty similar to Duke Nukem 3D, made by Ripstone Ltd. So another legendary, just like Acquire, another legendary developer of the PS Vita. So both of them, Big Sky Infinity and Gun Commando, are recommended. They are pretty much the Ripstone Ltd collection, let's say, just like Acquire would be Shinobi 2 and Aegis of Earth, Protonobus Assault, and some others that I'll showcase on the PSP portion of the showcase. And pretty much it's a Doom clone. It's short. It doesn't have a lot of replayability, but it's 100% exclusive. Big Sky Infinity is exclusive to the PS3 and the PS Vita. Gun Commando is 100% exclusive to the PS Mobile platform, which was an initiative that Sony did for when they made the transition from the Xperia Play, which is another gaming mobile phone, to the PS Vita. Pretty much the original Xperia Play phone that can play a lot of games from this generation, those weird quirky games. They made the transition from PS Mobile was ported, let's say, from the Xperia Play to the PS Vita. So here you can see that the PS Vita also has an Xperia Play portion embedded into it with this game and some others that I'll begin recommending to you. But Gun Commando is a Doom clone, pretty much. Nazi Zombies Portable. Remember that I said that the Call of Duty franchise, this is a homebrew game developed entirely by the community. It's a long-standing zombies mode replica for portable devices that you must be thinking, Razor, it's a homebrew game. Is shit? No, it's not. You'll see in a moment. You have all of the, you have custom maps. You have pretty much everything, as you can see there, and the classic Natch there and Totem here, and you have also this for the Switch and the Steam Deck. So this is multi-platform. It's a homebrew game, which is basically Call of Duty Zombies, the original from Call of Duty World at War on the PS Vita. It looks absolutely amazing. It has pretty smooth controls. The modders of this game were quite experienced. I'm not just picking any homebrew games. You'll see that I don't have many, but this is one of them. And as you can see, pretty much, can I buy the carbine? No, not enough points. As you can see, it's pretty much Call of Duty Zombies on the go. You need these to have a complete Call of Duty package. So between the PSP, between the PSP and the let me get a headshot at least. It's difficult with the cable. And between the PSP campaign and this mode, you get the PSP campaign of Call of Duty Roads to Glory, and the Black Ops Declassified. You get all of the modes. You get the campaign on the PSP game. You get the zombies mode here. Pretty much, and then you get the, as you can see, it runs smoothly at 60 FPS even on the PS Vita. So I would say get the PS Vita version, because there's no difference between the Nintendo Switch and the PS Vita and the Steam Deck version, because it's the same game pretty much. So as you can see here, you can remove the artifacts from here, and it's just pretty much Call of Duty Zombies. You can, I think, you can crouch, have different stances, and it's pretty much Call of Duty Zombies, people, as you can see. So you get the campaign in the PSP game. You get a World War II campaign in the PSP game, Roads to Glory. You get an endless. Something attacked me. You get an endless game. You get an endless wave-based survival in the Black Ops Declassified game, which doesn't have a campaign. Pretty much, it has a very short campaign. So you get the multiplayer versus player, and then you get zombies mode here. So it's kind of like a split into 3 different portions, but you can get a complete Call of Duty experience. Campaign, PSP game, Endless Wave, Call of Duty Black Ops Declassified, the PS Vita game, and then Zombies mode on this Homebrew portion here. Another amazing Homebrew portion that I wanted to showcase is this game called Purified. This is the winner, the number 1 spot winner of what we usually call hackathons, basically creating homebrew games. As you can see there, Fan PS Vita Homebrew Contest by Brian here. You get Purified. This is like Warhammer Space Marine with endless waves baked into it. So it has an amazing Doom soundtrack with a lot of rock and etc. And you cannot access any of these games without the modded PS Vita. But as you will see, it's pretty much, it's quite difficult. This game is brutal. So you will see that it's like pretty much, it looks gorgeous and it plays at smooth 60 FPS. And as you can see, this is the winner. I highly recommend this one. It's the winner between hundreds of games, just like Dice Knight for the Wonder Swan won a contest and became an amazing game for the Wonder Swan color. This is, as you can see, this is an amazing smooth. I think you're looking at 60 FPS. I don't know about the transmission, but well, as you can see, it's quite difficult. Even you need to be prepared to play this game. It's absolutely amazing. It's like Warhammer combined with Doom. So as you can see, it's absolutely gorgeous, and not enough people talk about this piece of art, this absolutely majestic work that the homebrew community has created for the PS Vita. So in terms of homebrew games, I will only recommend these 2: Purified and Nazi Zombies Portable, pretty much. I won't recommend any other. There are many others on the PS Vita database online, but I don't have the Sonic games because I have them all on my 3DS. But otherwise, if you don't have a 3DS, get the recompilation ports for Sonic 1, 2, and Sonic CD and Sonic Mania. I have them on my 3DS because I have all of my Sonic collection on the 3DS, because the 3DS has exclusive Sonic games, so I have all of them grouped together. But otherwise, exclusively speaking about the PS Vita, if you only have a PS Vita, get the decompilation ports of the Android ports made by Christian. He has the same name as I do, by Christian Whitehead with H. So he has the same name as I have, not the same last name, but the same name, Christian. So yes, I highly recommend those. As for FPS, as you can see, these are all kind of like zombie themed survival boomer shooters and twin stick shooters that I have here. with all of the highlights that I've done. Oh, we are almost at the end, and now we get into twin-stick shooters that are also indie pixel art roguelikes. Yes, people, I love them. Let's begin with the case of Nuclear Throne. Nuclear Throne was developed by Blambeer, which is the same developer as Super Crate Box, which is different. It's a side scroller, and there's a reason why I have those three grouped together: Nuclear Throne, Super Mutant Alien Assault, and Super Crate Box. Basically, Super Mutant Alien Assault, it's a clone of Super Crate Box, which is the original legendary PS Mobile experience. As you can see, it's a PS Mobile game here by Blambeer. Pretty much the main PS Mobile game released for the system. You need to have this. You need to have Super Crate Box 100%. It's mandatory because it's the reason why Sony created the PS Mobile service on the original Sonic Xperia, and it was translated here. You can play it on PC. I think it looks pixelated on PC. It doesn't scale well. Same story with and Super Mutant Alien Assault. It's the only evolution of the original formula of Super Crate Box, done by a totally different studio, not Blambeer, but I would highly recommend it. It's a side scroller. It's endless. They are both games that you can play endlessly. In the case of Super Mutant Alien Assault, it has scrolling. In the case of Super Crate Box, since it was the original idea, it's a fixed map that you only play in it. Pretty much, it's a 2D shooter. It's a 2D shooter, which I love so much. Instead, Blambeer, the developers of the original Super Crate Box, developed Nuclear Throne. Now, why would I suggest you to get this version? Because this version, all versions of Nuclear Throne are hard-coded at 30 FPS. Hard-coded at 30 FPS. The PC version, any modern re-release, there aren't many modern re-releases. I don't think you can play this on the Nintendo Switch. The other game that you have similar to this one is Neurovoider, but on the PS Vita is terrible because you control it through the use of the back rear touchpad, which I think is a terrible decision. I think they fucked up the release. So in the case of Nuclear Throne, since all versions of the game are 30 FPS, I would argue that the PS Vita is the best version because it's hard-coded at 30 FPS. On PC they tried to unlock the FPS, but that fucked up the physics, so I don't suggest you do that. I suggest you don't do that. So, getting the performance out of the way, this has the best pixel per inch density because it's a pixel art game. Straight up, due to the small screen of the PS Vita. So, pretty much, people, if the frame rate is going to be the same because it's hard-coded at the same speed for the PC version, pretty much this is portable and the pixel per inch density will be much better. In that sense, if it's hard-coded at 30, I think it's the only case. Pretty much the PS Vita is the best version because of that, and you have twin sticks, so pretty much it's a pretty solid version, arguably the best. Risk of Rain, the original, you have the definitive edition modernly released. I think it's a must play for the system. These are all multi-platform pretty much, except for the two that you see there in the middle. Risk of Rain, pretty much available everywhere, multi-platform. This is pretty much one of the best roguelites ever. It's pretty similar to Super Crate Box because it's in 2D, the original release. It's not the definitive edition. So, pretty much I highly recommend it as the main roguelite. It's the best one. It's a top-notch game, so it's amazing, just like Helldivers. It reminds me of Helldivers in a lot of level design elements. And another one that a lot of people don't talk about, the final... you also have the trilogy of that game called Demons Tier Plus. On PC, you have it on Steam, pretty much multi-platform. I think it's also hard-coded at 30 or some shit like that. Well, I don't know. It plays perfectly on the PS Vita. This is a multi-platform as well, so you can find it everywhere. I think you cannot find a lot of these older games on the Switch. So let's say Steam Deck / PC PS Vita exclusives in terms of portability, I guess. pretty much these ones are all procedurally generated levels, so you don't have to worry. They are all lengthy games that you play. Nuclear Throne, I've seen people play it for 300 hours. The same goes for Risk of Rain. And these are amazing versions because, as I said, the pixel per inch density it's absolutely perfect on the small PS Vita screen. It's not a matter of resolution, it's a matter of pixel per inch density. Alright, Super Mutant Alien Assault, we've already covered it. Super Crate Box, the original idea. And then we have two interesting cases. I didn't tap them. Risk of Rain. There you go, by the original developers. And there you have the amazing Demon's Tier Plus. Pretty much. I think I also didn't do it for... Hang on, I think I didn't do it for Dragon's Crown. That place weight that you see there, yeah, I did it for Dragon's Crown. That place weight that you see there normally doesn't happen. It happens now that I'm capturing and the CPU of the PS Vita cannot handle pretty much everything. But that place weight doesn't happen. No matter how long your storage might be. So don't worry about it. The only reason you are seeing it here is because I'm streaming it. But under normal circumstances, trust me, that small second of delay doesn't have to do with the fact of how massive my PS Vita is. It has nothing to do with that. Right. We get into the two exclusives of the PS Vita library, also part of the PS Mobile program. The best PS Mobile games that I can recommend to you are those three, besides Super Crate Box, these two. Console Saga, they are developed by the same guy. He's a former Blizzard developer that in his spare time did this. If I remember the legend right, he's a former Blizzard developer. And pretty much, he tried to follow... He has another game about the Pac-Man demon that I don't remember. But that it wasn't as good as these two. Thomas Hopper, as you can see there, pretty much the best of the PS Mobile program. Console Saga, here you'll play as a Game Boy. You'll play as a Game Boy, in which, but it's, as I said, it's made by former Blizzard developer, in his spare time, as part of the PS Mobile program. If you like Vikings, the Vikings game from Blizzard Arcade, the legendary 3 Vikings, Blizzard Arcade, I don't remember the name now. It had a name. Well, the 3 Vikings, Blizzard Arcade, and Blackthorn, for example, they are classic Blizzard games from MS-DOS. You have the compilation on PC. These ones are exclusive PS Mobile, that means Xperia Play and PS Vita. Blizzard, let's see. Blizzard development, because they weren't officially developed by Blizzard, but it's a developer from Blizzard that was no longer in the company. So pretty much Console Saga with the Game Boy. There, I think the myth was like that. I hope I told the story right. I think it was like that. So yes, Console Saga, you'll play as a Game Boy, endlessly replayable. I think it has procedurally generated levels or something like that. Endlessly replayable. The same goes for Super Crate Box, but Super Crate Box has a static level designed by Beer. And the other one, it's probably the weirdest combination you will see ever. This is a side-scrolling shooter combined with Monster Hunter mechanics. Well, this is the epitome. The weirdest example of me hating on the Monster Hunter franchise and liking this game. This game replaced the monsters with spaceship parts. Replace them with that, and the end result that you get is Shadow Quest 2000. Crazy idea, but incredibly executed. Magnificent. This can only come from a magnificent mind. They're both exclusive to the PS Mobile program. Endlessly replayable. It's a side-scrolling shooter that plays on a Game Boy with the aesthetics of a Game Boy. Absolutely amazing, of the original Game Boy with the perfect color palette there. It's Monster Hunter meets a side-scrolling shooter. absolutely, absolutely amazing. You won't find this idea anywhere else. This game is absolutely unique and it's exclusive to the PS Vita and the Xperia Play. But well, let's get to some multi-platforms. Retro City Rampage DX, pretty much an open world by B Blank. This game was released everywhere. It's multi-platform. But on the 3DS you don't get twin stick shooter mechanics, and I think you have it on the Switch as well. But pretty much what I will tell you, people, is that the twin stick shooters of the PS Vita are perfectly aligned for this game, and it's an open world pixel art game. It's like GTA. It's another GTA clone, but with Game Boy aesthetics. And this one is the sequel, which is Shakedown Hawaii. The X is the plus version. It's a good version. I think that the 3DS doesn't have the plus version. Pretty much this is another GTA open world. You can play free roam mode, both of them. This is the 16-bit counterpart. Imagine them as Game Boy 8-bit and Super Nintendo or Game Boy Advance 16-bit / 32-bit. There, a lot of people think that the Game Boy Advance is 16-bit, it's 32-bit. Generally, people refer to 32-bit to the original PlayStation, and that's a mistake, because you can have 32-bit 2D quality on the Game Boy Advance and some Super Nintendo games in 2D. So this is the same. It will look like that crazy limbo between 16-bit and 32-bit 2D graphics. They both have free roam modes. So it's incredible that in only the other one, the Retro City Rampage DX, it's amazing. In only 44 megabytes. Only in 44 megabytes you can get an open world game. It's absolutely, if you like that, the original Game Boy has a lot of GTA, and the Game Boy Advance has exclusive GTA games. So pretty much, pretty much, you get 2 open world massive games, or procedurally generated games. As you can see, all of my picks were based around that. Space Jack, let's get into the most unique one. This doesn't have procedurally generated. So far, all of the games that I've showcased, they have either procedurally generated endless level design or open world, absolutely mind-boggling, like those last 2. The last one, the most unique one and the most forgotten one, is a Space Jacked. If you like Metroid, this is Metroid combined with tower defense elements. This is a tower defense, a 2D pixel art shooter, which is a tower defense at the same time. Quite weird combination. It's amazing. It's only available on PC, so it's not on Nintendo Switch. It has been forgotten to time, made by Rotten Mage PTE Ltd, as you can see down there. This game is brutal. It's amazing. It's one of the best games. One of the best 2D. It's pretty much a unique idea that is like Metroid combined with tower defense. It's absolutely incredible. It has endless mode, so it doesn't have procedurally generated dungeons. It doesn't have an open world with free roam like the other 2, but it has endless mode. And it's a tower defense. And it's 2-dimensional because you have to defend the floor and the ceiling of the scenario. Pretty crazy, highly recommended to you on PC. But here, with the perfect pixel per inch density, you can take it anywhere. And it's an amazing game. It's a sleeper. It's a sleeper, it's a hidden gem. Space Jacked, highly recommended. It's the most forgotten one out of all of them. I know it. I know that most people don't know about this game, and it's absolutely amazing. I also will include another one called Deep Space Rush by Ratalaika Games, but that is not on PC, for example. It's only on Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, and PlayStation. Deep Space Rush, I should include it because it's also endless. Deep Space Rush. I don't have it here, but we should include it. I think I'll include it here. I'll remove one of these, but it's pretty good otherwise. And people like this, after our roguelike indie shooters, we get to the last portion of the PS Vita showcase, my 9th floor. We made it all the way down to the surface of the earth. As you can see, that wallpaper, as I mentioned at the beginning, it's flipped, it's manually edited by me, and I managed that. I know it's difficult to imagine, but Sackboy was actually in the center, right below the center bubble of Kladoon Returns. This is Sengoku. The face was right below it. It was disgusting, so I moved it over there so you can see his beautiful eyes. His puppet beautiful eyes. The puppet, as it's called in game. And just because this is the last level of my massive console, it doesn't make it worse at all. Here I place mobile games that are unique cases, as you'll see. All of them mostly exclusive, and I'll tell you why in a second. In each case. So you'll see, here I have my last bunch of mobile games. This will be my last bullet. Lego Chima. Now, Lego Games Eraser, you have to be kidding me, they're shit. No. This, it's an open world, medieval, pretty similar to Thundercats, if you watch that series from the 90s. Pretty similar to The Legend of Zelda. This game is similar to The Legend of Zelda, to Breath of the Wild precisely, because it's the only open world Lego game with amazing sword combat. Because Marvel, there's another one about Marvel, but it doesn't have swordplay combat. And the other one, which is on the 3DS, the Lego City Undercover on the Wii U, that one doesn't have combat, so I don't recommend it to you. I would recommend this one. This one is also on the Nintendo DS, the 3DS, but the PS Vita version has much better lighting and graphics, so you could say it's the best version of it. Not available on PC, not available on the Steam Deck, not available on the Nintendo Switch. The franchise is already dead, so don't expect this to be released ever again. Made by TT Fusion and Warner Bros. Games, straight up. So it's the only open world Lego game with good combat. My favorite Lego game of all time, it's, of course, just like it should be for all of you probably, Star Wars 3 The Clone Wars, or Star Wars the original trilogy, or the newly released, the Star Wars lineage, the recently released Skywalker saga. It has the best combat and it is semi-open world. But this, it's a unique, exclusive example of the Lego franchise at its finest. Besides the Star Wars franchises, I would say this one is the second best. After the original trilogy, the Skywalker trilogy, and 3 The Clone Wars. Only on 3DS, DS, and PS Vita. The DS version is much worse. It's all pixelated, it looks like a PS1 game. The 3DS version, let's say, it looks much more similar to a PS2 game, though it's quite competent. And this one, I would say, except for the textures of the characters that probably they run out of development time, it's much more similar to, in that sense, to a PS3 Lego game. It has pretty good lighting. The textures of the characters are bad, that's the only part of it, the only negative. But well, it's like Breath of the Wild. It's like Breath of the Wild, it's much easier, of course. It doesn't have the quality of a Nintendo game, of course. None can have that. But if you want a Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild clone, besides all of the massive open world games that I showcased, this is a great example. This is a great alternative that I have it here because, of course, it's not a full-fledged RPG. It's just, it has executions, for example. It has the mechanic of Link charging the attack and doing a spin attack as well. So, and it has different characters, and the creativity of a Lego game is to find all of the collectibles, and open world Lego games are so rare to come by. And exclusive Lego games that have this mechanic with pretty good gameplay. So I would say it's unique. It's a unique case and a must-play for fans of 3D platformers in general and fans of Lego Star Wars or any Lego franchise that they have played. Second case, Cladoon 3 Sengoku Returns. It doesn't say 3, but well. Nippon Ichi Software, another legendary developer, just like Grand Kingdom, just like there's also another game that I highly recommend to you because you have the English patch, which is the Princess Guide. You also have it on the Nintendo Switch, so it's not exclusive. But I felt I have tested it here. The PS Vita port, it's amazing. It's similar to a Diablo clone with a strategy, similar to Grand Kingdom in that sense. You have the English port. The English translation patch for the PS Vita, so the Princess Guide, it's also on the Nintendo Switch, it's not on the Steam Deck, so pretty much the Steam Deck won't have a native port of that game. The Princess Guide, perhaps I should have included it here, but I ran out of space and I pretty much had to begin choosing the games, and well, I would need to delete at least one PSP game or something like that. So the Princess Guide, I will recommend it to you. Also another one by Nippon Ichi Software that is called Penny Punching Princess, which is the same as the Princess Guide. I think the Princess Guide improves upon it. And the Blind Prince and the Liar Princess and the Blind Prince is a 2D platformer, also not available on PC, that I would recommend to you. It's a 2D platformer. But well, out of all of them, I would say Cladoon Returns. This is Sengoku. It's the third entry of a long-standing PSP franchise. You have Cladoon 1 and Cladoon 2. This is Cladoon 3, also available on PC, so you can have this on your Steam Deck, for example. But the pixel per inch density will be worse, and I think the PC version has some issues. So, while I won't refer to it as an exclusivity due to shitport, this gets warranted 100% compatibility without issues. It runs smoothly, and it continues the legacy. It's what I call exclusivity due to attraction, due to the principle of attraction, because you don't have Cladoon 1 on PC, you only have 2 and this one, so you are lacking the first part of the story. So pretty much you are losing the first part of the trilogy. Can you imagine playing Mass Effect 2 and 3 and not playing the first one, or Assassin's Creed 1 and 2 of the original trilogy, 2 and 3, and not playing the first one? Well, this is the same, due to something that I call principle of attraction, of exclusivity attraction. I would say that due to the fact that Cladoon 1 is still exclusive to the PSP, and Cladoon 2 is on the PSP natively, I would say that Cladoon 3 is highly recommended to be played on the PS Vita because of this principle of attraction. Bastion. Did I show you Cladoon? Cladoon Returns. This is Sengoku. It's beautiful, as you can see. Nippon Ichi Software 2017. Bastion, people. Bastion. This is the predecessor of Hades, the first game by Supergiant Games. Bastion is you need to have this on your system. It's kind of like a beat 'em up. It's like Hades, the original formula that created Hades. How do I put it? Exclusivity due to shitport? No, not exclusivity. Partial exclusivity due to shitport, because the PC version of this is capped at 1080p, and the animations are hard-coded at 30 FPS. I tried it on PC. You cannot go over 1080p. You have to. I think you have to do a hex edition, and even so, it didn't work for me. So pretty much, if you have a 4K monitor, Bastion will look disgusting on it. The textures don't scale well, and pretty much it will look better on the Steam Deck, I guess, because the screen is smaller than 28 inches. But pretty much the PS Vita has, again, the best pixel per inch density, since the PC version is unable to get over 1080p. So I have a 2K screen and it doesn't look good. The animations of this game are hard-coded at 30 FPS, though the game does work at 60 on PC, but the animations are hard-coded at 30. There's a difference there between animation hard-coding and game coding. A game can run at 60 FPS but have hard-coded animations at 30. That's why you see in a lot of old-school RTS games that the camera panning movements are at 60 FPS, but the animations of the units are at 30, and they look disgusting. Alright, another exclusive that you can no longer get either on iOS or Android platforms. It was available only on iOS, I believe, not even on Android. Run Sackboy Run, the equivalent of Super Mario Run, fully playable offline, amazing. By Fire Sprite, there you go, by an internal development studio of Sony Computer Entertainment. An Endless Runner, pretty much like those that you see on mobile, but this one is exclusive to the PS Vita, and it has the iconic Sackboy there, once again making an appearance, with the perfect physics of the Sackboy of the Little Big Planet franchise. So it has much better physics than your average mobile Endless Runner. Another one that I would recommend to you is Jetpack Joyride if you like endless runners. It's basically a 2D platformer. Here you are being chased by the Negativitron, which is the main enemy, the main antagonist of the PS Vita entry of the Little Big Planet franchise. And as a direct consequence of that, it's a pretty good game with pretty amazing physics and everything. So I highly recommend it as an endless runner, 100% exclusive. You can no longer get the iOS version, or the Android version I think never existed. So unless you have an iPhone, the game is exclusive, pretty much. So Bastion is an isometric hack and slash. This is an endless 2D runner. Lego Chima is a Lego game, 3D platforming with pretty good swordplay. That's why I have it there with pretty good gameplay. It feels heavily inspired by RPG games, like similar to The Legend of Zelda in that sense. So the setting, so mixed with Thundercats, so pretty good. Bentley's Hat Pack, the companion app to sorry, I'm getting tired. To Sly Cooper Thieves in Time that I showed at the beginning. Another exclusive PS3 game that you can only get it on the PS3 or the PS Vita. It's a compilation of mini games. You cannot find it anywhere else. As you can see, it has the same. It was developed by the same developer that did the PS Vita port of Sly Cooper Thieves in Time. I didn't include Ratchet & Clank Q-Force, which is a mix of tower defense and 3D platforming. It's kind of like a MOBA because it doesn't have replayability, and it runs terribly on the Vita. That port is beyond. They did it in 6 months, and it's terrible. Play the PS3 version of Ratchet & Clank Q-Force. Personally, I would recommend it. It's like a MOBA, but you cannot play offline against bots. It only has a story, and that's it. And you can, it's a shitty inclusion, a shitty way to design a game. That you cannot play offline against bots now is lost to time. Otherwise, I would have included Ratchet & Clank Q-Force as part of the strategy portion. But yeah, pretty much the Ratchet & Clank series, combined with mobile elements or tower defense elements, lost forever since the multiplayer is down. This is a clear example of what happens when you cannot preserve your games. Ratchet & Clank Q-Force. Bentley Hack Pack, recommended. You can only play it on PS3 or PS Vita. So pretty much there you have it. Age of Zombies. This is actually a second version of a PSP Minis game that you could also play on iOS back in the day. As I say, it's made by Half Break, the developers of precisely Jetpack Joyride. So pretty much it's an extremely talented developer of a lot of extremely unique mobile games here. It has endless mode, of course. It has endless mode, and it has an amazing campaign and story and everything. It's a twin-stick isometric zombie, the twin-stick shooter, zombie themed like the other ones that I showcased previously. I could have included it up there, but it's more of a mobile game, so I included it down here. And I had many other good options to place up there, so Age of Zombies could easily be in the twin stick shooter category, but it's here because it's a mobile game. You can get the PSP Minis. It's a terrible version. This is the definitive version of the game because it's the only version that will allow you to play with real physical twin sticks, contrary to the iOS original version from 2012 that you cannot find, well, of course, anymore. Pretty much abandonware, unless you have an original iPhone with it downloaded to it. Bentley's Hackpack, as I said, it also has a lot of arcade machines. It has different games, huh? Don't underestimate this game, just because it's a minigame collection. The minigames are quite extensive, and it has a lot going on for it. It has a lot of content, considering it's a minigame collection. Alright. Gundamoniums. One of the smoothest side-scrolling shooter on the PS Vita. This could have easily gone up there with right besides Big Sky Infinity. It's pretty similar. If you like Big Sky Infinity that I recommended, Gundamoniums is still exclusive to the PS4 and the PS Vita. You cannot find it on PC. I think there's a much worse old version. This one is the complete re-released PS4 version. It's extremely smooth at 60 FPS. It's a horizontal side-scrolling shooter. It's the smoothest you will find. Constant 60 FPS, gorgeous to look at. It's like a cave shooter, if you think about it. It's like a horizontal cave shooter. Pretty much, and it's also exclusive. Highly recommended, that it's not even mentioned nowadays. An absolute crime against humanity. Firmins. I bet you don't know who developed this. Housemarque, as you can see down there. Housemarque, the developers of the legendary twin stick shooters of the PS3. Yes, just like Super Stardust and Resogun that I haven't showed to you because I use the PS3 version. Resogun is also another great example, also exclusive to the PS3 and the PS Vita. But in the case of this one, exclusive to the iOS. It's exclusive to the iOS original iPhone. Same case as Age of Zombies. I think Age of Zombies was available on Android. Well, pretty much. Firmins is truly exclusive to the iOS. This one I'm sure of it. So you cannot get it anymore. It's pretty similar to the Mario vs. Donkey Kong series on the Nintendo DS, which I love. So this is the equivalent of it here. You have to move your little Firmins with the touch screen so they can reach the goal. Pretty similar. There's also Lemmings Touch for the PS Vita, but that version is the same as the PSP version, and the PSP version has a level editor, so the PSP version is superior when compared to Lemmings Touch on the PS Vita, and the controls are not as good on Lemmings Touch when compared to the PSP version. So you'll see that I have the PSP version soon enough. Once we get to the PSP portion of the the system, then I have a unique version. Don't be fooled by it is made by Dotemu. This version of Windjammers, it's exclusive to the PS Vita and the PS4. I know that Windjammers 2 was released as a multi-platform. Release that you can play, and highly recommend. It's a classic Neo Geo game, endlessly replayable, as I've said. By the way, Firmins has 150 levels, something like that, and this one is endlessly replayable. There's an infinity mode. There's an endless mode that the original release doesn't have, making this a unique, preserved version that you won't find anywhere else at all. You won't find it at all. So only PS4 and PS Vita, making this the only portable version. I know what you're gonna tell me, Eraser, I grab RetroArch and I can play that on my Steam Deck, no problem. Yeah, it won't have an infinity mode. And I think the score system of this game, since it's similar to tennis, holds it back. So this version is better. The best version of Windjammers, it's on the PS Vita and the PS4. Still, this hasn't been re-released, and considering that they released Windjammers 2, this probably will remain like this forever. So, pretty much a very exclusive version that you need to get your hands on with exclusive. It's the same case as Rayman Origins, people. It has exclusive game modes, not exclusive content, exclusive game modes, if you think about it. So that's why they are well worth it. It's worth it to get them. So pretty much, pretty much, the last game, as you can see there, it's Atomic Ninjas. If you like MOBAs or arena fighters like, oh, I don't know, Super Smash Brothers or those, this isn't a fighting game. It's a physics-based platformer Super Smash clone, exclusive to the PS3 and the PS Vita. Has pretty good 3D graphics for a game that is only 100 megabytes. And as I was precisely mentioning, besides being exclusive, it's like a MOBA. You have different, but you don't have abilities. You have objects. The objects define your abilities. So in that sense, it's pretty similar to Awesome Notes. I don't know if you know about that amazing 2D MOBA that I highly recommend every time we need to play it. So it's like Awesome Notes, but the abilities are physical objects. Think about a MOBA or a game in which you have to throw your opponents off a platform, like in Super Smash Brothers, but your abilities are dynamically defined by the objects that you grab. It has a lot of amazing physics applied to it, so it's always fascinating that a console this small has such amazing physics implemented in this game. Another recommendations that I can give you as exclusives, as I've said, Luminous Electronic Symphony, Little Deviant, of course. That one is more of a technical demo made by Big Ben Studios. We'll check out some games once we get to the PSP version in the form of I don't remember, Police Force or something, Pursuit Force, which is a vehicular combat game. So pretty much we have arrived at the end. It took me exactly 4 hours, so I wasn't counting on this, that while describing the games it was going to take me so much. I was hoping that we could do the PSP portion today as well, but no, this is pretty much my final portion, my ground floor, as I call it, of the PS Vita. With that, as you can see there, the PSP logo 20th anniversary. It's absolutely amazing. And pretty much I reserve this like a ground floor for my different utilities, the trophies, and adrenaline, which is pretty much the PSP, activating the PSP core, the PSP processor of the PS Vita. It's pretty much a built-in functionality. You get 100% compatibility. So people, as you can see, it's 9:22 p.m. It's 9:22 p.m. So I have to go. It's already been 4 hours, but it looks like we'll have to do a part 2 of this with the PSP portion of the showcase, with all of the things that I have in store for you. So looks like we'll have to looks like there will be a second part, because I cannot spend 8 hours doing this, because the PSP portion has more games than the PS Vita portion, so, and I want to describe them all like we did today, so we'll have to wait until we can do it, not next Thursday, because I want to finish a Split Second, but on the other Thursday after we have finished the Split Second. So we can do that. We'll do it on the other Thursday, and on Tuesday we can resume the final Ice and Blood expansions of Sacred 2. We have to finish those, and be sure to stay tuned, people, because we have much more coming with many more showcases. As I always say, deep thanks from the bottom of my heart, especially to my 9 Discord members. You all encourage me to continue showcasing all of these forgotten gems. The same for Twitch followers from the bottom of my heart. Thanks to all YouTube subscribers. Thanks to all YouTube subscribers also from the bottom of my heart. And in general, anyone who might have taken the time to watch this as a YouTube VOD in the future when I release it. I originally streamed this. As I said, my analysis, my game reviews are not scripted, or my system reviews in this game, as you can see, in this case, as you can see, they aren't scripted as well. So I wanted to get an in-depth look at the amazing quality of the PS Vita. As you can see, There are other games you can make modifications to this, but pretty much what I just described, it's a perfect mold, a perfect skeleton which has all of the exclusives that you would like. As I've said, the only ones I can think of are the Way of the Samurai exclusive Japanese one that didn't get an English patch, Luminous Electronic Symphony, Little Deviants, and very few, very few. You could include God Eater, but I think Two Kitten is better and you can play it on PC. GTA San Andreas, pretty much. I think I have covered the perfect formula to achieve. You could include the Sly Cooper trilogy, for example, but I have it on PS3, so there you have it. You could include Invisimals The Alliance. So as you could see, I could go even further beyond games that are not here. Rayman Legends, for example, you could include as well. So, or Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation. But I go to the limit of a 256 memory between this and the PSP portion of my library, plus 32 gigabytes on the other side. And there are some more PSP mobile games, for example, by Necrosoft, Gun House, Ring Campsell, that are strategy ones. There are many more. For example, the Unfinished Game, Oh Dear Alpha, Game Lab Project. There are many more other PS Mobile games, but this would be my personal pick. Deep Space Rush by Ratalaika, Rush Rover as well. They are all great examples of what you can get with procedurally generated levels, for example. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think I have made my point by now. The Ninja Gaiden Sigma Plus 2, for example. You could include, many more ideas, as I've said. Urban Trials Freestyle, there are many more. So the conclusion, when people say that the PS Vita has no games, they are fundamentally wrong. When they say it has no exclusives, it has more exclusives than most modern consoles. It has more exclusives than the PS5. It has more exclusives than the PS4. It has more exclusives than all Xbox consoles except for the original and the 360. So Xbox Series X, Xbox One X, Xbox One, everything released from 2014 onwards. So and I didn't even get into PSP games, which is the main source of exclusivity for the system. So as you can see, this console is an absolute tragedy that it doesn't get the attention it deserves, just because of ignorance. Because of ignorance at the end of the day, because of ignorance of the player base, that they don't have that they don't do the research required to do it. So fortunately, hopefully, with this build, everyone who wants to get into the fantastic world of modded PS Vita gaming, pretty much of modded PS Vitas, you will have a perfect reference all in one with everything